Pour your blessings upon our country, your people. May compassion and wisdom fill their hearts, minds, and souls. We ask that you continue to look over all of our first responders, whether they're enclosed in an office to those disposed out in the field. May they have your incredible protection and guidance 24/7. I ask for courage, encouragement for those who are in need, ill, injured, or facing other personal challenges. Finally, on this day, as we gather in these chambers, I pray as we take responsibility for our duties, please empower us evermore as leaders to make good and wise decisions. Thank you for all you have done for each of us, your mercy and your love. Amen.
Amen. Our roll call, Tony, would you please call the roll?
Shaw. Here. Yakowicz. Neese.
Here.
Ewald.
Here.
Joy. Here. Chariki.
Here.
Purinton. Present. Ronning. Here. Boyette.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Our minutes for June 28th are pending, so we'll move on to council courtesies. Are there any council courtesies this evening? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just like to commend all the organizers and people who worked for the Strawberry Fest. It was tremendous turnout. At the table where I was at, we stopped counting at 351 people. We had that many people come by our table to ask about and want to learn more about our bike boulevard. So it was very successful. I just really want to send out a thank you to all those who worked on it. A really great time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council courtesies? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, Honor and Council. Just a shout out and gratitude to all those who led the relay race for life, through the American Cancer Society. Just incredibly, a lot of people went behind the scenes working on that. And truly our admiration to the survivors who never give up, keep on going, young and old, and they are an inspiration to our community.
Thank you. Other council courtesies? Seeing none, we'll move on to our council proclamations. We do have one this evening for Park and Recreation Month, and the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Billings, Montana, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic, environmental well-being of the community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation, provide valuable services for the mentally and physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, and attraction and retention of businesses. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Billings, Montana recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore be it resolved that by the Billings City Council that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in Billings, Montana. Are there any council reports this evening for groups that any of the council members serve on behalf of the City Council? Seeing none, the City Administrator report, Chris Kukulski. And Chris, if you can also address, there was discussion about the possibility of moving item number 13, the Stillwater building proposed purchase sale agreement up in the agenda, if you can address that as well.
Mayor and Council, thank you. Yes, I will address that. First up is I want to give you a little bit of information. We're working very closely with Yellowstone County with regard to discussions of potential ballot questions to the voters this fall related to adult use marijuana. So this afternoon at their work session, they did, I believe they gave their staff direction to do a couple of things. Essentially, they have the same deadline we have. Everybody in the state has to determine 85 days before the election any questions are on the ballot. So the timeline for them looks very similar to our timeline looked for the public safety levy. In this case, it looks like they're going to be taking a couple of actions tomorrow, which are resolutions of intent. So nothing finalized tomorrow, but they would be passing resolutions of intent or considering resolutions of intent. And between Tuesday is their action meeting each week, Tuesday at 2. So between tomorrow's meeting and August 3rd, they intend to go through each of the steps necessary, hold the public hearings, take public feedback to ultimately make a decision as to whether 2 items would be on the ballot for them. First, the simpler one, by law, by statute, they're the only entity, that being a county. Each county in Montana can ask citizens to consider up to a 3% sales tax, for lack of a better term, on the sale of recreational or adult use marijuana. Secondly, they appear to be poised, at least they're going to very seriously debate, and all the public testimony today was generally in support of their opportunity to ask the citizens if they want to stand behind the decision of 190 and legalize the use of marijuana. Long way between where we stand today and what that might look like, but just so it's on your radar, that's a discussion that they're having. In my mind, it very much directly relates to the conversation you guys are having, because if we make some of these decisions at the county level, they'll have an effect on whether or not, I think ultimately you guys decide if you're putting questions on the ballot too. So still working through the legal details of those. The subcommittee I created based on last week's discussion has another meeting tomorrow afternoon. So we'll continue to work our way through, recognizing if we take any action, we're looking at a first reading July 26th and a second reading August 9th. So just an update on that, where those things are. Council members Purington and Ewalt were both in attendance with me at the meeting at the County Commissioners meeting this afternoon. Second up is the timer is still not functioning, so we'll be kind of old school using a cell phone. So Councilmember Joy, I think, is continuing to help us there, so apologize as we're trying to get that fixed and replaced. Third up, we had no ex parte communication for tonight's agenda. And fourth, not least, is feedback relative to the order of the agenda items this evening. I would ask that you consider taking action to either affirm that the agenda order is going to stay as it is, or you're going to move something sooner rather than later, like as soon as I'm done. That way, any public or support staff and others know, is item 13 going to remain item 13, and therefore they don't need to be here till 8 o'clock tonight, or is it going to get moved up to first on the agenda? So that's my report, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 13 is the Stillwater Building purchase agreement, but I mentioned that before. For the benefit of the council, our code provision 2-214, second to last sentence says, quote, "The order of business may be altered for any meeting by a majority vote of the council members present." So pretty straightforward, but it does require a majority. Okay, if that concludes the administrator's report, we'll move on that issue. I assume the council would like to address it. I know Councilmember Purington did, Councilmember Yakowicz. One of you fight it out, somebody can start.
Thank you, Honor. I'd just like to make a motion or direct staff to move item 13 to item number 2.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to make that change, and Councilmember Purington has the second. Discussion then on that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Purington.
I guess I can't sit back in my chair anymore, can I? So with this being a $17 million project, I think that there needs to be enough time that council can go through that, explain the dynamics of the agreement for the Stillwater building, and had a couple of phone calls on it, some pro, some against. So anyway, I would just like to propose that we do move it up, and I think it's important enough that we should we need to do that.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? The other thing I would point out is it will delay, we get to the other items, and we have a lot of people in the audience for the other items, so we'll still need to move very expeditiously, I would encourage us. We could have a vote tonight, but I guess it's not essential, and vote could be delayed theoretically, at least until the next meeting, the 26th, but we do know that the marijuana issue could be, or will be on that agenda as well. So just something to keep in mind, but we will try to move quickly on all the items tonight if we can. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Just to clarify timeline, Chris, on this, is there any deadline that this needs to be returned back to the seller?
In our conversation this afternoon, we may have an issue with pushing the closing out. I don't think that prevents us from making that decision, but there'll be a couple of things maybe we'll have to work out with the seller.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Ronning.
Thank you. I guess I agree with all of the above. And on these types of votes and these types of issues, and I think medical marijuana and recreational marijuana falls into that also. And like Councilmember Purinton said, it's a $17+ million vote that we're doing tonight, but we're also committing to many more dollars if this passes. That my encouragement, and this is to city administration and to the council, that we do allow ample opportunity for public input and public comment in both of those, and I would hope that an agenda with anything with this type of magnitude would be on an agenda where there is ample time to have discussion and we not feel crammed and pushed and need to get through a discussion so quickly. So that's my 2 cents. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we will proceed to a vote. We'll just start with an oral vote, I guess. All in favor of the motion, hopefully the motion is clear, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes. So we've made that change to the agenda. Number 13 will now be moved up to the number 2, and everything else will be pushed back accordingly. That brings us then to public comment on non-public hearing items. Tonight, what is not a public hearing is our first item, the consent agenda, number 1, and all the sub-items. Or at least the former, number 12, the Monty Bar tax increment finance application, and number 13, the proposed Stillwater building purchase agreement. So if you'd like to comment on any of those 3 items, consent agenda, the Monty Bar, or the Stillwater building, now is your only time to do so. Please come forward, use the podium here, and ask that you just give us your name and your address and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Please come forward if you'd like to comment on either of those 3 items.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Whoops, sorry about that.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Excuse me, just a minute, Randy. Councilor Dees.
If item 4 and 4A isn't item or separate votes, so wouldn't those also be subject to comment now?
4A, you're correct. Also 6A. 4A is the development agreement on the Adkins property, and 6A is the development agreement for the Torgeson property. Not the annexation, where there will be a public hearing on those 2 properties, but the development agreement themselves. Sorry, that was not on a little cheat sheet on our agenda, so those 2. I think those are the only 2 additional. Parliamentarian, city attorney, correct me if you see anything else, but I think that point is well taken, that 4A and 6A would also be in the mix here right now. Okay.
So also, since we switched 13 around, so number 12 12 becomes 13 and 11 becomes 12. Is that correct?
Right, 12 becomes
Change the numbers around, but
Yeah.
that the orders changed.
yeah, we'll just continue to reference the numbers that are on the printed
Okay.
agenda,
Perfect.
or we'll all get even more confused. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hafer.
Okay, Mayor and Council, again, Randy Hafer, and I reside at 702 North 23rd Street. I'm here tonight to speak about the Stillwater Building buy-sell agreement, as some of you have worked with for years on this. But for the rest of you, I was the one private individual on this negotiation committee that has been working with the owner of that property for the last 2 years or whatever it is, long time. So it has been a very lengthy process, but I'm here, I can tell I got very involved in this thing at the end, and because I think this is such a great opportunity for the city. This building, we did start with a process that solicited proposals from the community. We had 5 or 6 proposals. There were only 2 that were actually downtown. The others were on the periphery of downtown. And of the 2, this is really the only building that fits the city's needs, not only in the present, but for at least the next 50 years, if not 100 years. So this is a long-term investment, which seems to me to be the best opportunity for the city. The negotiated price is $17 million. That's a long way down from where he started. It's up from a little bit from where the appraised price came in. But the bottom line is that this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There are no other buildings like this downtown that can meet not only today's needs but future needs. And although the building, certainly is a little bit more than some people would prefer, in comparing it to the only real alternative, which would be to build new, and then we'd have to find a site. That price is significantly more than what this building will cost, plus the build out of the interior, significantly, $10 million or more. So it's not a bad thing. And when there's only one option, and it's an option that's far better than what the other only conceivable option is, I just don't think we can turn this down. It's located well. It has underground parking. It's got certain things set up in terms of sally ports and stuff to allow the movement of people that need to be moved for courts, those kinds of things, which again are expensive, and they're already in this building. So I just think that this is a unique opportunity. For those of you that were involved directly, you know that this was a difficult and long-term negotiation. So we didn't leave anything on the table. It was worked really hard. My rule is if everybody can be 60% satisfied, and I'm not sure the owner would consider himself that, and probably a lot of you wouldn't consider that, but look at it as a 60% satisfied. That means that we've come to a place where neither party won and neither party lost. And ultimately, for the city, the citizens of the city are the winners, because this will be such a good long-term investment from an economic standpoint. There's also the opportunity as we build this building out, as I mentioned to the committee, the Energy and Conservation Commission will have recommendations, and we can make this a high-performing building, which means we can control our operating costs within the building. Over the long term, we have a chance to build that in, something you don't get with leased space. So there's just a terrific opportunity here. We can accommodate the needs, as I said, with the city as they've been identified currently, and certainly as they go forward, because there will be space to allow that to happen. So I really urge you, after all this, to please vote in favor of this, moving this buy-sell forward to closing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or any other commentators on items 1, 4A, 4A, 6A, and former 12 and 13?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Nice to see you in chambers again. Last time we spoke was on Zoom, and it's not any fun. So thank you for opening it back up. David Goodridge, 129 Avenue D. Just had some comments on the Stillwater purchase and some questions that I just posed. And I was going to try to guilt you into moving it up in the agenda item list. So now we don't have to throw guilt trips around. So thank you. I wanted to stand up and just say that, when the RFP was put out, it was in August of 2019. I think we would all agree a lot has changed since 2019. What is available, and I'm here to tell you that there is another building that's available, and I don't want to diminish in any way the efforts. I understand, having worked very thoroughly with Recode, I very thoroughly understand the machine and how much effort it takes to get to where we are tonight. So I don't want to diminish the efforts to get to this point where we have a buy-sell that you guys are looking to approve tonight. My one question that I have, the biggie, the first one is, my friend and mentor, Charlie Hamway, has done a lot of deals for the city and the county over the years. And I just learned from him that you can't buy if it doesn't appraise. And so I don't understand how we got to a point where we had these appraisals that came in, but we are going to go ahead and pay more. Excuse me, let me put my eyes on. I'm not used to it. The other thing that I'm starting to get a little bit worried about for our city is how many properties were taken off the tax roll these days. Current city hall, current county courthouse, the Miller building is most likely going to be coming off with county purchasing that. The EDA has bought the One Bank building. If the Stillwater comes off, there's a significant amount of money, especially in a potential finished state, that there's a huge amount of property tax revenue that's going to be gone. Speaking to the landscape issue again, I'm working with somebody that did not submit a property in 2019 because he did not feel that it would be worth the effort to go through an RFP for what he had as far as a potential purchase price of his building, because at that time, we just got off a 2019 school levy, and we were leading up to the 2020 public safety levy. And so he thought, they're going to have to bond in order to buy this. So I'm out. So thank you for your time, and hope we can take a pause. That's all I was looking for tonight, is to potentially table it for one more option to be thrown on the table. I don't want to diminish the time spent. I'd like to move forward as fast as possible, but there is another option that could be put on the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come forward. Any other public comment? Items 1, 4A, 6A, former 12, and 13. Any other public comment?
Good evening. Matt Robertson, 542 Park Avenue. Here to speak in favor of the development agreement on 6A for the Torgerson real estate annexation and zone change. There's a lot of things to play with this property, and I think this could be a very strong catalyst for Billings and what it's doing and where it could go in the future. So I'm just here to speak in support of that, and then make some more comments on the annexation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Any other public comment on non-public hearing items? Okay, we will go ahead and close then the public comment period on those items and move ahead to first item, consent agenda. Council, are there any separations from item number 1? Councilmember Brown and the Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be abstaining from item 1P2. Item 1, I got O2. Was there? Oh, maybe I've got an older P2. P2. Okay, got the old one. Councilmember Purington.
And I would like to recuse myself on items 1M and N. And then also, I would like to separate items 1J and K.
Okay. Can you give us just a group, our rules require some basic reason for the recusal?
It's part of a business opportunities that we are involved in.
Okay. Yeah, I think in the past, your family has bought some of these bonds. Okay, any other separations? Councilmember Boyette.
1B.
1B. Okay. Any other separations? Councilmember Neese.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda except item 1B, 1P2, 1M and N, and J and K.
Yeah, I think M and N were recusals only. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. We do need a separate vote. I apologize. Very good. Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Boyette. Okay, we have a motion. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Bernice.
I just want to disclose on 1M, I had discussions with a former client of mine at the time. These were not discussed in detail. It was just mentioned that they would be coming before the council, and I had no other discussion about them.
Okay. Any other discussion now on the motion for non-separated items? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. 1L, the emergency declaration. It's like $500,000 or something like that. Is the city footing that whole thing, or are we going to ask the irrigation company or the county or somebody to help pay for it, or to pay for it or reimburse us? What's going on with it?
So Councilmember Ewald, Mayor, and Council, the question pertains to, tonight you're doing the emergency declaration, which in hindsight, in the future, we'll get that to you at the next regular meeting after the event takes place. You're jumping forward to the realities of what the contracts are. Yes, the overall cost is close to $500,000 to have prevented what we believed and were communicated with from kind of expert opinions as a potential failure of that ditch. We've asked outside legal counsel to review the situation. They've been involved for years over a number of our work around the ditches to see whether we have a claim against BBWA for them to pay all or part of that, and we'll bring that to you, what that determination is. So at this point, though, I would think, or worst case scenario, it is a general fund obligation of the city of Billings as the property owner. If it's determined that, in fact, BBWA does have a liability there, then we'll bring that to you to pursue a reimbursement for whatever that share is, whether that's through litigation or some type of a request.
Follow up, please, Mayor.
Councilmember Ewald.
Okay, and then also because the city went ahead and did this emergency work, and I'm assuming that's kind of the same area that the water was, we had a problem just to lower on the hill a year ago, wasn't it? So there's issues there. So now does this become a liability for the city now that we rectified supposedly, or whatever we did to that property? Does that make the city liable now, or how does that work?
So I'm going to speak in very general terms. Generally, to the city, yes, it was in the same general area where there was sloughing off or hillside movement. However, one substantial difference is in the other properties from a year ago. Those are all private properties that were adjacent to and who are, as I understand it, in litigation with BBWA relative to the issue. This situation was squarely on property that the city owns, or at least the hillside component. Again, I'm not saying this is 100% our liability to deal with. It's possibly that legal review would determine that BBWA has some responsibility here too. That's not been determined, but that's what I would say is quite different about this situation than a year ago. A year ago, you got other private property owners who are having property damage as a result of something, ground movement. In this case, it was the city's property that was at risk a component of city property at risk of possibly sloughing off and contributing to a catastrophic failure of the ditch. And I want to be I'm sorry that I can't be clearer than that. If I want to be clear, it'd be clear that it's not perfectly defined as to whether it was squarely our responsibility or what BBWA owns. But what we did get is professional advice at the time that we were looking at a potential imminent failure, and we knew that if it failed, we would have catastrophic property loss and possible loss of life.
Thank you, Councilmember Purington.
Chris, could you speak to I thought there were legislators that were involved in some sort of funds that they would have through the state to help rectify or to pay for some of this. Can you speak to that?
I did make a request to the governor's office or in some of his state departments to deal with this, and ultimately haven't gotten anywhere relative to if they're funding any portions of ours or any of the work. We're not the only ones who did work. BBWA also did some work on the tunnel, but this emergency declaration is what was critical or is critical for the reality that we needed to have that work done without the full bidding and time process that you would normally take to hire contractors to do this kind of work.
Councilmember Ronning and Neese.
Thank you. Mine's on a different subject.
Okay.
Mine's a different subject.
Okay. So we'll move on then, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I think this is for Chris. Chris and the Billings Public Library hail repairs. This is not the first time that we've seen no one's responded to a bid. Is it that we have a lack of ability to do this within our own community in regard to fix these repairs? Do you think it's that the companies are already busy? Do we need to be sending out the bids or publishing the bids in some other capacity so they're more widely seen? But we've seen this several times.
Mayor and Councilmember Ronning, I'm going to speak in a very general sense, and then if you'd like more detail here, facilities, Jessica's with us tonight who could help. I think generally speaking, we are facing what the whole country and our community is facing, which is, there are a lot of contractors are extremely busy, employers are busy, and having a very difficult time getting employees. Also, I would say this is evidence your city staff does not just stamp. We've suggested, in this case, we had no bids. Others we've recommended rejecting because we didn't think any of the bids were reasonable. So know that we're working diligently to make sure we get good, fair prices and qualified people to do the work. We'll have to, in this case, look back out and see, is it such a specialized project that we need to go wider than we did? I'm not certain there, but it is, I think, a fact that it is challenging, especially mid-construction season, to be finding contractors to bid work.
Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, this is regarding 1F, the amendment for the rental car. This contract's coming to us as it's already expired. This isn't the first time we see contracts that had expired or are close to expiring as they're coming to the council, us needing to make a decision right away that night without really much option for the council to do anything else. Is there anything that you're doing to ensure that these contracts get to the city, 30, 60 days prior to them expiring?
Mayor and Councilmember Neese, I think ideally, yes, we can put a target that we should be bringing them to you close to 60 days. That should be our target. I would tell you, in the aviation industry, it has been quite a 12, 18 months, and there's been a lot of scrambling by our team to keep the project on track, and in fact, quite a bit of change in the rental car industry. And so I apologize for bringing this to you at this late time where it is just expired, but and our goal will be to bring them to you about 60 days before they expire.
Okay, Mayor, a follow-up question.
Please.
This is for Gina. Gina, since this contract's expired, does the original contract allow us then to actually either extend or amend an expired contract, or do we have to actually create a new contract for this?
I apologize, Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council. I was not aware of I missed your question. I saw that it came through an email. I didn't get a chance to look at these contracts, so I actually haven't reviewed the contracts. I know that Kevin Plone is here. He might be able to address that, but generally, once a contract is expired, generally you do have to renegotiate a contract. However, this, I believe, is, I think that this is a mutually acceptable extension, so as long as both parties are agreed, then they can mutually agree to extend a contract.
Councilman, would you like Kevin Plone to comment?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, Mayor, because I know I pointed out at one point, this is a year or so ago, where if they didn't follow the rules exactly, we could actually lose out on federal funding. So I would like to hear from Kevin, who's familiar with that.
Okay, council members, Mayor, on this particular deal, one of the things we did initially was go out to the council, or go out and did an RFI, which is a request for interest. We got these car rentals, and this was back in February, and they all said, yes, we're interested, and we had one other. The one other then became very silent and caused us some concern because put us in a quandary as to whether or not we really should go out for an RFP now, or could we continue to just amend this contract? This contract with the existing parties is actually very favorable to the city given the COVID issues right now, because the existing minimum annual guarantees are probably higher than we would have got if we'd gone out for an RFP, because the situation with COVID, lack of cars, which is a significant issue, and this is one of the reasons they didn't even want to go out for bid on this. It's just still not, it's still a lot of turmoil in this industry. So it's unfortunate that we got this late into the game before it came up for this amendment. Sometimes negotiating council schedules can be a little tricky on these contracts because we have to have them in 3 to 4 weeks in advance. I'll take the blame for it that we got a little behind schedule on this one, but I can tell you all parties that are involved in this would be more than happy to have this amended. If I went back to them and said, we're going to have to do a new RFP, they would be very, very, very frustrated with us. So.
Kevin, if I can just ask for clarification, I'm not sure that Councilmember Neese was necessarily advocating for a new RFP, but on this agreement that has technically expired, I'm assuming you and the parties at the airport wouldn't have any concern about terming this a retroactive amendment, retroactive renewal, or just a new contract with the same terms, but that would be the substance to keep the same contract, whatever the lawyer suggested it be termed. Is that consistent with your intent, their intent, yes, and I suspect the council's intent?
Yes, we wouldn't have it. We actually have documentation from them that says, yes, we would like to continue on with the existing thing. Doesn't violate any FAA requirements at this point in time. It's just a continuation. There's a lot of flexibility going on right now in our industry with regard to the whole COVID issue and the impact it's having on concessionaires especially. In fact, there's a number of grants out there to help these concessionaires because most of them took a pretty good beating during the whole concession event. So we're in no jeopardy on any front on this, and we do have actual documentation from each of the participants that they would like to participate in this new amendment.
Okay, maybe it would be a good idea to consult with the city attorney on the mechanics given the issue that Councilmember Neese points out. Councilmember Neese, are you okay?
I am. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion, which is for approval of the non-separated items? Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval of those non-separated items, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Brings us to the first separate item, which was item 1B. Councilmember Boyette, that was your item.
Thank you, Mayor. This question may be for Debbie Melling. Is she here? You thought you would escape, didn't you?
I was sitting as far back as I could.
So I was reading the synopsis here, and it looks like we started building a building out at the landfill. Some people said, no, we don't like it, and we stopped. Right? We stopped just because people didn't like it, or is there another reason? Can you just give us the rest of the story?
Sure. So we have a couple of agreements with the neighborhood in that area. An old agreement from when we purchased some property, and also a newer agreement. And Chris is actually a little bit more up to speed on both of those agreements than I am. But in it, it's a little bit unclear as to what can be constructed on that site. We have one interpretation, they have a different interpretation. So we could, if we wanted to, we could probably go back and try to get a court order saying, yes, you can build it there. However, in the interim, we bought that other property and it's a better location for our container building. So we looked at that and said in the long term, it would be better to move it to the new site anyway. So that's really how it happened.
Accurate, yep.
Follow it, Mayor. What can we do with the building they've already started building? Can we do anything with it?
So it is a pre-manufactured metal building. We ordered it. We haven't done anything with it. So it's just sitting there waiting as it was the day I got off the truck.
So to clarify, we are using that building at the new location. So what we had done is some earthwork to prep the site across the street from the landfill to put the location there. And so the building didn't start going up, but unfortunately we did spend some money on that dirt work. So the building is not going to waste. The building's going to be fully utilized, as Mrs. Melling mentioned. Between those decisions, the parcel of property next to the operations center came up for sale. We've been trying to buy that parcel for decades. And had it been known that it was going to come up on the market, I don't think we actually ever would have planned on building the building up there at the landfill site. So those things combined, and the opportunity, not because of the threat, but we have been meeting with those neighbors, trying to resolve a lawsuit that they have between them and the state of Montana, and not necessarily to pull us into that lawsuit, which is what their threat was. We felt comfortable that we could build there, but at the end of the day, we believe this site is a better site to use the structure on.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. So we've got dirt work done there, so this 167 or 170,000, does that include reclaiming the scarf dirt and seeding it down and getting grass growing on it again? Or is that going to be another amendment that comes to us to do that?
Can I?
Yeah, please.
So Councilmember Ewald, that the work that was done is actually grading in a driveway, an approach to where we could have additional work up there. So someday we will put something on that site and we'll use the work that's been done. So we don't need to reseed it. It basically looks like a driveway right now.
So you didn't do anything for the building then, really?
Right.
You just did put the driveway in?
Right, we just did the site prep.
Okay, so one more follow-up, please. So is this the same area that the plan was to do the mulching area?
It is the
So we'll
same
be able to
location.
use a driveway for that, and or will they holler about the mulching too, and so we can't do that there?
So we are looking at the right location for the composting and for the MRF. Both facilities, we're looking at on the existing landfill or possibly another site. It probably cannot go on the site south of Hillcrest.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Joy. And just a reminder, we do not have a motion on this item yet.
I move we approve change order number 1, WO 2023, solid waste container storage facility, K2 Civil, $167,875.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Nish says second. Okay, discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Next item up, separate item 1J, Councilmember Purington, that was yours? No, I apologize. That was, oh yeah, no, that was your separation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just J and K, because they're kind of the same thing, it was a resolution to adopt these data analysis for fire and police. And once we adopt something, which we really have not delved into, I think it it's almost too rigid of an ask. So I am proposing, I think you said and others have said, maybe we should change the terminology to agree, or that we have received these data analysis. Personally, for me, I just soon pull both of them until we can go through them in a work session, and then we can adopt or whatever it is that we need to do.
Okay, was that a motion or just a kind of an introduction for discussion?
Introduction for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we actually approve item 1J and K with the change of the resolution on both of these to change the word from adopt to receive.
Second.
That's simple enough.
Second by Councilmember Ewalt. So it's for approval with the existing documents, but changing the word adopt to receive. Councilmember Neese.
Yes, I think that would be the simplest way to do it. Mayor, I do like the language you put in there, but I think at this point in time to just get simply moved on, I would go.
Yeah, and the language I proposed in the email was just making it clear that we're holding off on how we might implement, and those details will have to be worked out at a later date.
Right.
So just so that's clear on the record. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes. Next item up is item 1M relating to the $3 million and odd special improvement district bonds 2021A and B. Councilmember Purinton will be recusing herself on that one. I got Councilmember Joy.
I move we approve resolution relating to $3,040,000 pooled special improvement district bonds series 2021A and 2021B, and SID 1418 fixing the form and details, providing the execution, delivery, and security.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Shaw. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes. Next item, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt 1N with Councilmember Purinton abstaining.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Councilmember Neese. Any discussion on the motion? Motion is for adoption. We'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes. That brings us then to our final item, item P1P2, bills for the week of June 14th. Councilmember Brown will be abstaining. Motion, Councilmember Joy.
I move we approve bills of the week June 14th, 2021.
Second, Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
That's with Brown abstaining, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure the motion stated that. I may have missed that.
Yep. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown abstained. Councilmember Yakwich.
Just point of order. Thank you, Councilperson Joy for making the initiative, but we did not mention that Councilperson Purinton was abstaining.
I did it at the introduction, but not at the end. You're right. So we will confirm that's exactly right. Councilmember Purinton did not vote on items 1M and N. That concludes item number 1. We'll move on then to item number 2, which is our regular agenda, former item 13. Tony, would you read the former item 13, which is now item number 2?
Buy-sell agreement to purchase the Stillwater Building located at 316 North 26th Street for $17 million. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. We have various presentations on this item, I believe. Jessica Iverson looks like she's going to lead us off. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, no, Mr. Iflin's
Or-
going to kick it off.
Mr.
And then turn
Iflin.
it over to.
Okay.
Okay, all righty.
I think there's 3 coming there.
Oh, I see. Oh, gotcha.
So Assistant City Minister Kevin Iflin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to kind of give you a history of how we got to this point. And it actually dates back about 7 years.
Better? Can you hear me? Still can't hear me? A little closer? Now?
Yes, there, that's better.
Just wanted to give you a little history of how we got to this point tonight, and it goes back about 7 years. 7 years ago in June, the City Council did approve a contract with CTA to do a master facilities master plan. It was brought to the council in February of 2016 with the recommendations, and then the council did adopt that plan May of 2017. And then it took till December of 2018 when Councilmember Yakowicz, through an initiative process, said that we need to put out an RFP to solicit the facilities. So we've been working on that part of it since December of 18. We did do an update to that master plan May of 2019 in respect to moving forward with the RFP. So we did update the square footages at that time, and then in June of 2019, we did present a draft of that RFP to City Council. From that point in July, that the RFP did go out, and it closed in August of 2019, and then in late August of that same year of 2019, the proposals were submitted to council, and a RFP selection committee was then formed by the council, and it contained 3 council members at that point. The review committee met several times and determined that the Stillwater did need some further evaluation. There was several meetings involved in that, including an on-site visit meeting with WC Commercial, who owns the Stillwater building. And then in December, the review committee basically recommended the WC Commercial as a top proposal and presented that to council December of 19. And then January of 2020 is when the council directed and established a negotiation committee to work with WC Commercial on coming up with a buy-sell for the Stillwater building property, and that consisted of a council member from each ward. So we have been working with 5 council members, the finance director, myself, Mr. Kukulski, and Jessica Iverson and her team since January of 2020 to work on this negotiation with the Stillwater building. So we're almost 18 months into that negotiation process, and so that's what you're going to hear tonight, of where we've kind of settled on a buy-sell agreement that the seller, WC Commercial, has signed at this point, and we'll give you some highlights of that and then entertain any questions, and I think Jessica's going to take the presentation from here.
Jessica.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to discuss the agreement, as Mr. Iflin said, regarding the city's purchase of the Stillwater building. So the history on the City Hall facility search, they had the RFP process in 2019. In December of 2019, they recommended to council to select the WC Commercial property, the Stillwater building, as the preferred option out of that RFP process. And then the negotiation committee, comprised of the 5 council members and city staff, have been conducting due diligence and been in discussions with the building owner over the past 18 months. So the Stillwater building is the former federal courthouse. It was built and completed in 1960. It's 5 floors above grade plus a basement. It's approximately 200,000 total square feet, including that basement. And the agreement before you is for the purchase of the entire building and property, excluding the skybridge and parking garage. So this is the process that we've gone through so far. The RFP committee selected the Stillwater building proposal. The negotiation committee performed due diligence and informal negotiations with the seller. We were not able to agree on a price, and so that's when we went to the appraisal process. So we obtained the appraisals to determine the market value. The committee negotiated with the seller on the purchase price. The seller and the committee agreed on a purchase price. Legal department worked on the agreement language. The seller signed the agreement, and now the contingent agreement is presented to council for your approval. So the next steps in the process, if you do approve the agreement, it's a contingent agreement. There would be the next steps for us would be an investigation phase where we would have inspections done by subject matter experts. Staff would bring a recommendation to council at a future meeting for the removal of the contingencies and the final approval of purchase. So the agreement does have a contingency that requires an additional approval by council. So tonight is not a final approval of the agreement. The next steps, if we move forward with the purchase, would be an RFP for space planning, programming, and design work. Then we also would work to pursue lease opportunities with partner agencies such as county, state, and federal organizations. We'd begin phased construction. We anticipate a complete city space build out within 3 years, and then continual optimization of the use of the building. And that meaning we are proposing purchasing the entire building. The city doesn't project needing the entire building space for our needs. So we would be working to utilize that building as best we can with that extra space that we would own. So regarding the appraisal process, our property purchasing resolution requires the 2 appraisals and then a review appraisal. The 2 appraisals we received determined the following values. We had 1 appraisal come in at $22 million and 1 appraisal at $12.6 million. So we had a review appraiser look at both of those appraisals, analyze them, their methods, the methodology and how they came up with their conclusions. And that review appraiser determined that the $22 million appraisal had a lot of inconsistencies and issues with the way that they determined that value. And so he concluded a market value of $13.5 million. So the market value determination that our review appraiser is looking to find is based on a typical market buyer or investor, and it doesn't take into account the value of the specific advantages that this property offers the city. So the negotiation committee took that into account during the negotiations and the determining the price with the seller, and concluded that the building is of greater value to the city than the review appraisal would suggest, which is why a higher purchase price was offered to the seller. So continuing in that vein, the Stillwater building is the best opportunity as determined by the committee for various reasons. First, the location. The Stillwater building is located in the downtown Billings core, less than 2 blocks from the current city hall. The size, the building is large enough to house all city offices existing today and allow room for future growth. The building also allows for additional space for co-location of other public entities and services. Infill opportunity, the Stillwater building is currently mostly vacant, so this would be an opportunity to build out that property. The cost to purchase and build out the existing building is substantially less than the cost of a new facility. Current construction cost for a new building, a new mid-rise building, would be estimated at about $350 a square foot. And this property is ready for redevelopment. Asbestos remediation's been completed, and the interior is ready for new construction. So the cost to acquire the Stillwater building, the purchase price as offered is the $17 million to be paid with cash on hand from the general fund. And then additional purchase expenses include the appraisals, the inspections and reports, and the closing costs. So the total acquisition cost would be $17,180,400 estimated. So the cost to build out the space, these are very rough estimates based on information that we have currently in the market here. If this is approved tonight, the facilities division would be spending a lot more time in the coming weeks really nailing down these costs and itemizing all of the necessary costs that would go into this project. But right now we're estimating that the planning and design phase, we would go through and take that master facility plan, update it based on this new building. And so we would have that cost, and then we'd have the design costs for going through and planning, space planning, all of the areas that we are going to build out as we phase it over the next few years. And then at the build out phase, right now, the building is considered a warm, dark shell. So it has mechanical in place, and we would be finishing that out. We estimate about $100 to $110 a square foot construction costs to build out the spaces needed for the city. And based on the master plan that we do have now, we're looking at about 90,000 square feet based on the 2024 projected needs. Again, that would be updated since that plan now is a couple years old. And so we would have to look at exactly what spaces we would need. And so we're estimating over the next 3 years about $9 to $10 million for the build out costs. Other financial considerations, Yellowstone County does lease just over 17,000 square feet on the third floor of the building. So with the purchase of the building, we would acquire their lease. Their term ends May of 2025, and there's the annual lease rate for this year is about $365,000, and I believe it's a 3% per year escalator on their lease. So that is all. That concludes my presentation, and we'd welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councilmember Dees, but just one quick one on, before we forget, on the build-out costs of the $9 to $10 million for 90,000 square feet approximately. That 90,000 square feet, that is the, correct me if I'm wrong, the total need. So if the county space at 17,000 were available, then our actual build-out would be that 90 minus the 17. Is that right, or?
Yes, Mayor, that would be correct. So if it timed out to where we had, say we had city offices that wouldn't need to move till 2025 when they vacate the space, then yeah, that space would already be built out. However, if we're thinking that we would need space built out prior to that, that's sort of worst case. We build out all the space we need, not considering the county space.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. And this, Jessica, this is questions about the presentation because I think in the committee we discovered a couple of things different which you presented. So you state here, and I don't know if you can bring it up or not. It looks like the cameras are off. So it says ready for redevelopment. Asbestos remediation has been completed, and we found that that's not correct. Can you explain to the council so they understand what the status of the asbestos is?
Okay, so. Thank you, Councilmember Neese. Regarding the asbestos in the building, we do have the reports from WC Commercial, and per the requirements for abating the asbestos, they have completed their asbestos abatement. That does not mean that the building is completely devoid of asbestos. There are still a few locations where the asbestos is encapsulated in areas that were difficult to get to. Asbestos does not pose a problem if it's encapsulated and it's not airborne, it's not being disturbed in any way. And so the two locations that we know of where asbestos remains in the building is on the cantilevered section above the first floor, under the second floor. There's a cavity there where there is asbestos remaining, and that was not accessible to get to remove it, and so they left it in place. There would be a potential issue if we ever need to remodel that area, that we would just have to be conscious of any work being done there. We'd have to take the proper precautions to remediate the asbestos at that time. And then the other location where there is asbestos known in the building is on, it's in a electrical area where there's high voltage, where no people are going to be in, and it would have been too difficult to get into that space with the danger of the high voltage in there to remove the asbestos that's there. But again, it's not airborne, it's not in an area that it's going to be disturbed. And from a facilities perspective, it's something that we would certainly put on a regular inspection plan, make sure that we're aware that that's where the asbestos is, and making sure that we are checking it on a regular basis and that it's staying in place and not posing a threat.
Quick follow-up on that, Mayor.
Please.
So at some point, if there needs to be electrical work done in that room where the asbestos is present, and it's not encapsulated like in the other areas, so there's one area is actually it's not fully remediated, we would have to, the council, or excuse me, the city would have to remediate that if they were going to do any work within that electrical area. Is that correct?
If it was work that would disturb that where the asbestos is, which it's up on the ceiling. So if there was going to be work on the ceiling of that room, then yes, we would have to take.
Is it presently encapsulated in the ceiling, or is it just exposed?
No, it's exposed.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Parrington.
Jessica, I would just, to put Councilmember Niece's mind at ease, could you explain, as was explained in the meeting when we were talking about the asbestos, that this is something that's kind of a common occurrence, it's not expensive to remediate? I think John, your assistant, spoke to it as well, and I think Randy spoke to it, that it is kind of a common thing. But would you mind to speak to that just to alleviate any fears about asbestos?
Sure. Councilmember Parrington. So asbestos, as we know, causes a danger if it's airborne. If it's inhaled, that's where the danger lies. If it is in a location where it's not being disturbed and there's no danger of it being disturbed, it can remain in place. And that's why even with remediation, you are allowed to leave encapsulated asbestos in buildings. Many buildings of this age have asbestos in place. If the owners are never going to remodel it, never going to touch it, never going to disturb it, they can leave it in place indefinitely.
Go ahead.
And I'm speaking about if it does, like you were talking about the remodel between 1 and 2, what that would look like if you had to do something.
Sure. So there's steps that would be taken. If remodel had to happen in that area, there's steps that are taken to isolate that area. Obviously, people working on it would use special respiratory equipment and make sure that you're keeping any asbestos that does become friable, you're keeping it contained and disposing of it properly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, additional questions for Jessica or other staff? Councilmember, don't see anybody else. Councilmember Niece.
Thank you. Another question about the presentation.
I'm sorry?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Another question about the presentation, Jessica. You mentioned the cost of purchases of the build-out is substantially less than the cost of the facility. And can you explain what you're comparing the $350 a square foot to and what that includes versus, and then how much is it going to cost per square, do you estimate, including, so we're looking at apples to apples on this?
Sure. I don't think I have them. I think in the memo, we had a little more information that compared apples to apples on those prices. So the $350 square foot, I think that's a conservative number given today's construction costs in terms of, but that would be a fully built out building. So that's a mid-rise building in Billings, fully built out. Now, if we were building our own facility, we would be building a smaller facility, right? Because we don't need about 2 floors of the building for our space needs. So when we look at the Stillwater building and we look at what the price per square foot is that we're purchasing that building with the 17 million, and then we add the $100 to $110 a square foot cost. Are we finding this number?
Oh, that's what
That covers the new.
Oh, sure. So construction, right, a new building to meet the 20-year anticipated space need. So the 20-year anticipated space need is about 120,000 square feet. So that's where the $39 to $45 million, that's where that number comes in. If we're saying right now we want to go out and build a brand new building to meet our 20-year space needs of 120,000 square feet, it would be $39 to $45 million.
So, I'm sorry, so it's 350, I'm just talking about square foot, not the actual amounts right now. You're saying it's 350 a square foot to build a new building. Does that include all the furniture, fixtures, and equipment?
So it does not include FF&E.
Okay.
That's all the hard costs.
Okay, so then how much is it to build out the Stillwater to the same, we basically just the hard and soft costs of building this out? How much a square foot do you estimate that to be?
That's the 100 to 110.
110 total. And that includes the purchase price? That includes the...
No, that's the build out cost after the purchase price.
Okay.
So if we look at the purchase price at 17 million, we would have to look at the cost above grade versus below grade, because the cost of the space above grade is more than, we can't take the full 200,000 square feet and say they're all equitable. So to get a per square foot cost for the 17 million, we'd have to look at like what we would value that in its current state. And I think that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm just trying to compare something, what you say substantially less, it doesn't mean anything to me. I'd like to know what the actual substantial less amount is. Because when I look at the industry standards, construction costs must be really expensive in Billings because the average fit cost, including equipment, furniture, fixture, equipment, is $243 for a high level type of a complex. So I'm a little concerned that your numbers are maybe a little overinflated on the estimated cost of $350 a square, and that doesn't even include furniture, fixture, and equipment.
And the cost you're looking at is fit out, or is it new building?
That's new buildings, and I think I sent that information to you later today, and I sent it to you earlier in the committee meetings that we had about the industry standards and how the trends are affected across the U.S. and Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Neese, I'm going to try to do my best to answer your question because it's very fundamental. What is it costing us, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the cost to build out space slide, which has the roughly 11.2, 11.3 additional build out cost for 90,000 square feet. And I'm adding that 11.3-ish million to the 17.2-ish purchase price, and you get to about $28.5 million. For that $28.5 million, you get the 90,000 square feet of new built-out space, plus the 17,000 and change existing county space, or about 107,000 square feet. So if you divide that 107,000 square feet of finished space into the $28.5 million total, the number comes out to $265 per square foot. So that is cheaper than $350 a square foot, but it's all a question of how much, is that $350 an accurate number? People can probably disagree on that, but it doesn't seem out of the realm of reason for me.
Mayor, thank you for that. Was the number I was asking staff to provide.
Okay, so 265, but I'll also add on that didn't include the non-finished space. So for that, you get an insurance policy of 2 unfinished floors for future development. It also did not include the 45 underground parking spaces, which of course also have substantial value. So, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. This price we're talking about for the build out, that's all casework and everything?
Correct, yes.
So it's move-in ready, chairs, whole work?
No, so the FF&E, so the fixtures, furnishings, those would be not included in that price.
So casework and chairs and furniture is not included in that price. Do you have an estimate of how much that costs?
So it really would, sorry, Councilmember Ewald, it would really depend on the departments and what fixtures and furnishings they would bring with them, or if they would need new fixtures and furnishings for the new spaces.
Okay.
18%.
Okay, for Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you, Mayor. So what is the plan? You mentioned in here that you're going to partner with other groups to try to bring all the services together. What would some of those be, and are we leasing that out at, the going rate or discounted rates, or, and I guess the question is, are we going to recoup any of this $4 million we're paying over the estimated appraisal?
So Mayor and Councilmember Brown, first off, we're going to continue to work to keep Yellowstone County. Yellowstone County has voted on a vote of 2-3 to sign a buy-sell to buy the Miller Building, but they're in a lease until 2025. Got 4 years to prove to the county that there's a benefit to our community for us to share the space in this building. They're our first target, and I've had this conversation personally with each of the county commissioners. I would ask you to continue. And like I say, they are looking at their options fully. I believe ultimately, whether we condo this building or whether they continue with the lease, they are one of our most likely tenants. If they determine that they're going to leave after 2025, I think well before then, we'll know that answer. And first, work with other particularly those in the criminal justice system, state, federal, who interact with our public safety services. I mean, my interest is not to go out and compete per se in trying to put retail or other operations in this building. It is to put other local government services or state services or federal services that complement the local government services that we provide. And ideally, those would be through lease arrangements so that 20 years from now, 40 years from now, 70 years from now, if the city needs that space, they will be able to grow into that space rather than what we find ourselves today in, which is we're operating out of numerous facilities around the community. And one of the primary components of the CPSM recommendation was on the law enforcement side, you need to find a way to consolidate those service locations. So county would be first, state, federal, other agencies who work with us, collaborate with us would be the areas that we look to leasing out space. And we don't plan to build out space except for the space we need. So either space will sit in the current state that it's in or close to it. We won't build out space in hopes that somebody's going to come. Only build out space that we will locate ourselves into.
Please.
So there is a potential that half that building is basically going to sit empty for 20 years.
Yeah, I think you have to plan for the worst, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. There could be empty space, as there is today, in that building for several years forward. That's not the ideal, but that could be the case. I'll also state, you may recall from the memo, we are leasing several different spaces throughout the downtown too. So we're a renter today for several of our office departments, and that's money that the taxpayers are paying out that they will no longer be paying out. They'll pay to finish the space, and then we will own this space.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Ronning?
Thank you.
I have a number. Let's see. So where to start? Jessica, do you by chance know how much office space is vacant just in general throughout the downtown area or in general throughout Billings?
I do not.
Okay.
I would just give you a percentage. I don't know the space, but I think our NIA report consistently says we got 25% vacancy rates in our core. And I think those numbers unfortunately have only gone up, not down since the pandemic.
Thank you. And I have several questions here. Thank you. So also prior to the pandemic, what was the funding mechanism that was being negotiated by the negotiating committee? So prior to the pandemic, no CARES Act, no ARPA dollars, how was this building and this purchase going to be funded?
Don't know that I can answer that.
Through a bond that would have had to go to the voters for approval. So if you go back to our presentations in early 2020, 2020. In late 2019, we showed as a part of the overall public safety discussion, borrowing money to acquire, build, renovate a building for these needs.
Okay, and was that going to have to go to the voters?
That would have to go to the voters for voter approval for a estimated 20-year debt.
And that was how the RFPs were sent out? That was the understanding?
You know, I don't know how detailed we got into the financing at the time of the RFP. I think at that point we were predominantly looking for what are the options throughout the community to meet our space needs. Anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, and even at one point prior to the pandemic, that we did have, I believe, 10 mills proposed in a public safety mill levy to cover the law and justice space.
That's what I remember also. Do you happen to know how long this building has sat empty?
No. Was it 2013 that WC Commercial purchased it, I believe?
Okay, and it was empty for quite a long time before that, too?
Right, it was empty prior to that.
Okay. And so what are the square footage needs of just the law and justice? Just those offices? What is that square footage need?
So if we look at police, legal, and courts, I believe we were looking at 2 full floors, which would be about 60,000 square feet, give or take.
Because the law and justice portion was the only council priority. Went back and looked at all of the council priorities, and it was the law and justice portion that was the council priority, not a whole city hall, but just law and justice. So that's what I wanted to know that. And then what other options did you discover or do you know were available for the city to use with the CARES Act and ARPA funding? Is this the only option that we can use that money for, is a city hall to purchase the Stillwater building? Or are there other options that we could be using that money for?
I'll defer to Mr.
Thanks.
Kukulski.
So Mayor and Council, absolutely not. This is not the only use funds, but it is an eligible use. Why is it predominantly eligible? Because our CARES Act, what the city had received, and I'm going to use round numbers in this, Andy could give you far more detail, but of the $18 to $19 million in CARES Act, that was all reimbursement for public safety salaries, police, fire, dispatch, throughout from the time the pandemic began through not the complete fiscal year or calendar year of last year, but close to it. So bottom line is that funded something you had already planned to pay for, and thus created a reserve that, provided it's lawful for you to make the investment of property tax dollars in, then it's eligible to be spent this way, because this technically is not
Chris,
CARES Act.
I get it's eligible. My question is this the only option that the public has to understand and know that this money could be used for something else as well?
Can be used for essentially anything that's lawful for this elected body to make a decision on spending its tax dollars on. I would say that in a very general sense. Okay. The CARES Act dollars.
Okay, so does it have to be specifically related to public safety or a structure or anything else like that? Okay, could be a wide, so.
I would just tell you in theory, it being one-time money, the encouragement is to look at the capital improvement plan and use it on one-time expenses, not on personnel expenses, which eventually it's going to run out and then you would need to continue or lay off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions or discussion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, I'm going to address this to you. I think I sent you an email regarding, some of the council members don't realize that the city has an agreement that's still outstanding for another 3 years with the One Big Sky, that if the city moves forward on a catalyst project, we're liable to pay the developer $1.3 million. And so I asked you this question and you said you conferred with your attorneys, and they all say, and I'll just, as far as whether or not this project is considered a catalyst project, because the City Hall was one of those projects in the One Big Sky plan. And it was designed to maybe have some mixed use in there, and we're talking about having not just ourselves, but other, you say civic, I think, Jessica used partners in the memo. I've heard other council members thinking maybe retail on the first floor would be great, things like that. So what is the ability for us to use this? And then what are we going to be potentially have to pay another $1.3 million to the One Big Sky Development Company?
So Mayor, Councilmember Neese, no. In the analysis, we had both in our legal department as well as talking to the attorney, Kevin Heaney, who helped negotiate the agreement between Big Sky Economic Development, our community, and I don't know if it was Hampstead Partners or if they were technically, but the agreement you're referencing, we went through, reviewed the specific sections and paragraphs of the document, and I would remind you, it was not a City Hall project. City Hall was a component of a much larger catalyst project that was privately funded, privately developed with predominantly private investment and private uses. It just happened to have a component of a $65 million City Hall as part of it. That is not, as we analyze those documents, don't believe this is not that project at all. So kind of I'll use the term loosely, the intellectual property of what they made investments in to put these 4 catalyst projects. The determination was the purchase of the Stillwater and potential partnering and leasing with other agencies or entities is not a replacement of that catalyst project number 4 from the One Big Sky plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Purington.
Just a comment, because I was one of the ones on the committee, is that as we moved forward with the Stillwater building, and we saw a lot of the benefits to the Stillwater building, because it was a law and justice center before. It was a federal building. There was a way to move prisoners. There's courthouse space for 2 courtrooms, I should say, sorry. But I think the opportunity to move into this building and to consolidate our various services, our various departments, the majority of us in that committee found that to be a very good thing, and we liked that moving forward. There was a lot of negotiation back and forth, and question? Nope, I said comment. And so I think in order to be able to come to that agreement, we did move the mark, and Mr. Holden did as well. So I am in total agreement with the purchase of the Stillwater.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw, and then I've got a question for Kevin.
Thank you. I was going to say, it seems like we're moving into the discussion realm, so I'm ready to make a motion, but I don't want to cut anybody off if there's still more questions.
Okay, we'll give anybody an opportunity to ask questions before we'll solicit a motion. So question for Kevin. Dave Goodrich came up and said, he had a client. We were all waiting for him to tell us who that was, what that was, and he didn't. And so I want to respect that, I guess. If he wanted to, he would have. But it does beg the question. We're buying a car here, and the best way to compare the value of a car is the price of another car. Do we have other cars on the lot that we've kicked the tires on? And we heard a little bit about new construction cost. Of course, that'd also raise the issue of location. You have to have a place to build new. But can you just comment on our alternatives, and in particular other buildings downtown, cost, suitability, from the perspective of the committee, or at least your individual committee or perspective? So I know you were very much involved. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. And yes, I think Council directed staff to go out and kick some tires on some other places out there for a Plan B if this didn't move forward. So staff did do that. We investigated, I think, at least 5 properties, some of them that weren't even really on the market. And so we did go out there and do some, cursory due diligence on that. And again, we're comparing it to the Stillwater building, and still, brought some of that back to the committee that we could. And still, the Stillwater building, came out to the top. It's checking off the boxes that some of these other properties, could not. And again, some of these properties weren't even on the commercial market at this point, so we don't know how, if they would even come to fruition at that point.
And we don't have a letter of intent or even just an email roughing out terms or possible terms of any form from any other building downtown? Is that correct?
Mayor and council, no, nothing on any buildings downtown. Certainly, we looked at properties outside of the downtown area in the Midtown, the Shrine, the Elks Lodge, things of that nature. We went and did a cursory look at those. So we did have, some prices and things to put to those areas. But again, we still determined that this WSC commercial property was still, hitting the top.
Okay, it looks like Chris wanted to comment on
Mayor and
that
Council,
question.
the piece I would add, and I'm 90% sure we're talking about the same property. If we're wrong, then maybe you'll give David an opportunity, Mr. Goodrich, to correct it. We did look at the building that he's referencing of his client. It was the only other building in the core that was large enough to meet our needs. Its offer price, which didn't mean it was its closing price, but its offer price was significantly higher than where we're at right now, and ultimately not based really on price, but other issues related with the building. This property, the Stillwater building, really scored higher and seemed to be much closer to meeting the needs for the city now and the better part of the century going forward. So we did tour that building. We did have a conversation with that owner. I believe there was room to negotiate, but ultimately didn't believe that that building met the needs in the same way that the Stillwater one does. For several reasons, one of which I'll put out there on the table and was in the memo. Anytime you buy a used car or a used house, and that's mostly what most of us buy, and you plan on starting to tear it into anything, you're probably in for some surprises. In this case, we're talking about a building that for the most part has been stripped down to the 4 outer walls, the core infrastructure. Not that we can't come into any surprises, but I think the surprises on this are far, far less where we stand today. And our contingencies are to hire professional electrical engineer, separate mechanical engineer, others to review this building and give us their reports on what they see as potential risks, assets regarding this building. I don't think anything else, truly nothing else, provided that level of where we stand today with the Stillwater building.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Councilor Tricky?
Yeah, can someone walk me through why Can someone walk me through why the parking garage is not included in the purchase?
Well, I think it is. When I was saying it wasn't included in my calculation of per square foot price. But if you can just confirm that
Not the basement parking, the one across the street.
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood. Thank you.
You want me to take a stab at it? Sure. All right. So ultimately, cash. We do have a limit to what we can invest to do this project and do it within the cash that we have. So frankly, to purchase that garage for what we generally believe was paid to build it would take us over our financial ability with cash on hand. Secondly, unless something happens dramatically different in our downtown, and I hope it does, as I've told Joe numerous times as a city manager or city administrator, it would be my desire to have cranes all over downtown and no vacancy. That's what we'd prefer, but that's not what we have. This land and that garage is likely to depreciate. Certainly the garage is going to depreciate over time, not appreciate. We know something about that. We own a number of garages. They're not great assets. They're kind of critical assets, but that's why at the end of the day, you don't see the garage as a part of this. It doesn't fit within the budget that we have today. Ultimately, we're looking at potentially leasing space out of it, or continuing to lease space out of our several other publicly owned parking garages in the core downtown for staff and others to park in.
Thank you. A different question, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Can I get an opinion from the architect in the room about the asbestos still in the building?
I guess there's only one.
I got up first anyway.
And he'll be the doctor if anybody keels over, just in case. Mr. Hafer.
So, Mayor and Council, basically, what Jessica said is exactly correct. And so, as I understand it, the biggest amount of asbestos is above the ramp to the garage. So it's in the first floor ceiling or the second floor below the second floor above that ramp. And it is encapsulated. There aren't any mechanicals that run through it. There's really almost no reason you would ever need to be out there. But I can say from my standpoint as a professional, that we deal with asbestos all the time. We're always looking for encapsulation opportunities. So if we've got a floor tile that has asbestos in it and we can cover that with something, that's what we do. We don't spend the money to take it out. It's very expensive, not to mention it's very destructive. So in a situation like this, that's a very safe situation. As Jessica said, there would be some kind of inspection plan to keep an eye on it. Certainly, we don't want something to happen to it. If for some reason that we can't imagine, we did need to get into that space, then there would need to be a process to do that, which would include the isolation and the negative pressures and all that sort of stuff that happens when you do an asbestos abatement project. But the way it stands, I think that's fine. And those two areas that were mentioned shouldn't be an issue. But even if they are, we do the spot abatement that's necessary to be able to move on with whatever it is that we're doing, and it's not going to be a big deal.
So
the big deal is what's already been done.
So a quick follow-up to that. So basically you're saying this is standard practice?
It's very standard practice, absolutely.
Thank you.
And Randy, just to show my own ignorance, when you say it's encapsulated, does that mean it's got that white foamy stuff sprayed on it?
No, it just means that it's not accessible to anything. It doesn't matter what it could be encapsulated with concrete, it can be encapsulated with a ceiling, it can be encapsulated in some cases where it's exposed, you can put encapsulant on it. So it's a product that's sprayed onto it so that it sticks together better. But it's encapsulated it's like the floor situation. If this carpet had asbestos in it and we don't want to remove the carpet and we can put a wood flooring over the top of it, then that's encapsulated. So encapsulated just means that it's not accessible to anybody and it can't move and do anything.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And you asked one of my questions regarding what was said earlier. And by the way, thank you, Randy, for serving on the committee. You brought a lot of good knowledge to the committee, so thank you very much. And I do agree with what Chris said about the alternatives, because we were looking for a plan B, and so there was several different options discussed, and still the Stillwater building still was it met the conditions as the committee initially picked out through the RFP, that this was it. Any other building was going to bring way too many costs associated to it, and I feel this is still probably the better building. But just to follow up on your question with Kevin, if we were to consider other buildings, because we were kind of looking at that plan B, we would have to say no to this one, start the whole RFP process over again before we would move forward on any other opportunities. So because that individual didn't participate in the first RFP, there's nothing we can do about, we can't even consider that one because they didn't initially come forward on the first RFP. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, Councilmember Neese. I think that would be a process we'd have to consider again, is how are we going to open it up? What does that RFP look like? Do we need different, parameters and stuff in the RFP? Or are we looking for something different at this point? So you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Mayor, I have a question for Gina.
Okay, and then we're coming up 20 minutes to break time. We'd like to reach some resolution. A lot of people are going to be waiting, so I'll probably look to Councilmember Shaw as soon as this is over.
Okay.
Unless Councilmember Yakwich has a question. Councilmember Neese.
Gina, I asked you some questions about the Sky Bridge. I think that part of the agreement's going to be in here, but my concern over the Sky Bridge is the safety of the bridge as far as anyone maybe accessing the bridge from the outside. We know a lot of people have some abilities that I sure don't have as far as climbing on the outside of things. I know when I go to playgrounds, you don't see the kids running, sliding through the tubes, you see them sliding on top of the tubes. So the Sky Bridge to me is kind of a new attractive nuisance. How is the city protected from any liability from someone climbing up on the Sky Bridge, getting over to the Stillwater building, and then maybe attempting to climb our building and falling off?
Well, certainly, thank you for the question, Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council. Certainly I don't think that you can ever completely prevent any crazy person from doing a crazy thing. That's why there is insurance provisions, and that's why this encroachment agreement does contain the insurance provision that it does contain. But certainly, we are approaching the, should I not talk about that? So we are, at this point, still trying to negotiate whether we can include that sky bridge into this purchase. It seems that if there are going to be these liability issues, it should, the ownership should just come with the building. At this point, the owner doesn't seem to be interested in that, but again, that negotiation is in the early stages, so we're still discussing that, but that way we'd have a little bit more ownership and say as to the kind of protections that we could put on that sky bridge.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honored Council. Whether it is for Andy or for Mr. Kukulski or Mr. Flynn, we received 2 emails, and Mr. Goodrich brings up about taxes and lack of taxes when it goes on the rolls. I sent a memo a couple weeks ago about it. I wonder if one of you could just address that, give us a snapshot of responding to that comment.
Deputy Mayor Yakovich, Mayor and Council, I think it is a concern. Anytime you take a property off of the tax roll, it's a concern. Now, in this case, this was a property that didn't exist on the tax roll for the overwhelming majority of its life. Then it came onto the tax roll when it was privately purchased, and in this case, it would come back off. Yeah, it's going to be tough to have a successful downtown if all the properties downtown are tax exempt, but I don't believe this is the case, and it's not the trend we're looking to continue. In fact, we're looking to consolidate our services there. So eventually, this building ideally will go on the tax roll for the first time. And as I said, other properties, like the county, I think that'll be part of our continued dialogue with Yellowstone County as to an advantage to them staying in the Stillwater building beyond all the collaboration between us is the Miller building stays on the tax roll for their benefit and our benefit. But it's a very legitimate concern, I think, that we should have about all property, but at the end of the day, the city does, and its taxpayers do need, I think, a reliable, dependable space to own, not rent, to house city services.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. You ready for a motion now?
I think we are.
Okay. Gina, there was some back and forth on the emails. Was there an amendment to this language that's in our, on the itinerary, sorry, I'm blanking, the agenda? Were we supposed to change part of it about the mayor's signing authority?
I believe there was a change. I'm trying to pull it. I don't have it pulled up.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find it either.
I have a copy if you would like.
That would be great. Is it substantial? I was going to make the motion based off of this, but. Sure, I read it correctly.
It reads as follows. Excuse me for the, and I may have lied to you. I know I did.
May I be of assistance, Mr. Mayor?
Hey, absolutely. And since this was largely coming from you, Doug, maybe you can explain the purpose for this relatively minor change. And also, while we got you, if you can comment on, since Councilmember Neese mentioned the Sky Bridge, Exhibit E, or proposed Exhibit E, is an easement and encroachment agreement that has not been pinned down. So how do we approve any of that when that hasn't been fully negotiated? Can you take us through that issue as well?
I'm happy to address that, Your Honor. Mr. Mayor, council members, we ask that when you make a motion, you remember that you are authorizing the mayor to sign the purchase and sale agreement. You are only authorizing him to sign the purchase and sale agreement. You are not approving the purchase of the building. That will come later. Once all of the parties have signed the purchase and sale agreement, that begins a 60-day due diligence period for the city to do its due diligence. If you discover that there are problems with the building, then you have the right and the opportunity to terminate the contract and not proceed forward. Now, when we approved the mayor to sign this agreement, we ask that you not include Exhibit E, which is the encroachment and easement agreement, which is still a matter of negotiation. So the title commitment for this property has an exception for unrecorded encroachments and easements. And we have objected to that and said we don't want the city to purchase this building subject to an exception for unrecorded easements and encroachments. That needs to become recorded. So we are negotiating that. And to put this into perspective, the Sky Bridge has a fire suppression system that operates off of the fire suppression system in the building. The Sky Bridge has a security system, cameras, and door locks that is tied into the system that operates those things for the building. So right now, the seller wants the ability to access the building, to be able to come in and to maintain those systems, the computer system, the cameras, the fire suppression system in perpetuity. And that's part of the purpose of this easement and encroachment agreement. And those are things that are still under discussion. So again, just to clarify, we'd ask you to remember, you're not approving the purchase of the building. You are authorizing the mayor to sign the purchase and sale agreement so that you can begin your due diligence.
I've got the language now, if we're ready. I move to authorize the mayor to execute the proposed purchase and sale agreement relating to the Stillwater building located at 316 North 26th Street for $17 million as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a...
But I'm sorry, yes, excluding Exhibit E.
Okay, and by that, if I can just ask Doug clarify, so page 11 of 13 is the list of exhibits. And so Exhibit E is referenced in that. And we would simply remove that reference. There are earlier references generically to the encroachment agreement, which is still very important. So those would remain. Is that your suggestion, Doug? So
that's correct.
Okay, so the specific reference in paragraph 15P to Exhibit E comes out, but the earlier references to the agreement generally remain. Okay. So I heard a second, and there were lots of hands, but he who speaks first, I guess, gets the blame or the credit.
We're getting used to raising our hand.
Yes, okay. So we have a motion and a second. Now, discussion and council, we are about 10 minutes from typical break time, just as a reminder. Where do you want to start? Councilmember Shaw, you had the motion, so go ahead. Councilmember, would you?
Just real quick for the record, could you make sure that they know who the second was? Because there were several.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry. The second was Councilmember Neese. The motion was by Councilmember Shaw. If you want to speak to your motion, go ahead, Councilmember Shaw, and then Neese.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to speak to the motion. I'll try and make this quick. I served on this committee, so I feel like most of my questions have been answered over the last 18 months. This committee has been very thorough. I really have appreciated the dedication of all of the council members and the staff that sat on it. And I just want to say that personally, I didn't go into this committee thinking that this was going to be the very best option, and I've really come out of it, but really truly believing that for a number of reasons that have been brought up tonight. But one that I just want to make a pitch for is that this idea of this as a long-term investment, this is not us just kicking the can on another problem that another council is going to have to deal with in 10, 15 years, which I really appreciate. And I hope future councils and staff really appreciate that. To me, this is really thinking into the future, 50, 100 years. I love that planning for Billings. Really appreciate the staff's due diligence and investment, and would encourage us to support this so that we can continue the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Kendra, I served on the committee as well, and in fact, the RFP committee prior to that. So been involved in this for quite some time, and I agree with the comments you mentioned. I was concerned, as you notice, I asked a lot of tough questions. This building does have its thorns. It's not a perfect building, but I think any building we look at, any site we look at, if we look to build, we're going to find something that has some issues with it that we're going to have to address somewhere or another. However, looking at the whole of what the city needs are for the long term, like Kendra said, and what we're looking for, I think this building does meet those needs. And so I would ask you guys to support this with the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also on the committee, and I keep harping on the past, and you'll probably get tired of me saying this, but many years ago, one of our mayors, Willard Frazier, wanted to build a water reserve on the west end, and they thought he was crazy. What are we doing now? We're building a water reserve on the west end because we need it. The mayor back then also wanted to drill a tunnel through North 27 through the rims because he saw the future of the heights on Alkali Creek. And guess what we're doing now? We're building a bypass. So I wish we would be forward thinking, and not for next year or 10 years, but 30 or 40 years from now, hopefully somebody in the city council will look back and say, wow, those people were bright. They got us enough room now. We don't have to go get another building. With that in mind, I had the assistant city administrator, Kevin Heflin, give me a tour of this building about 2 weeks ago. It's not ADA. When I broke my ankle, I struggled through this building. This building, there's people in closets. There's people in the boiler room. Yes, there's other buildings in Billings, but let's have all the kids play in one place. Let's have room for expansion. And I wish we could approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other discussion on the motion, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Once we get this signed, if we pass this tonight, what are we looking for closing? Anybody got an idea? When we could take possession if we continue to move forward?
Doug.
Potential closing right now would be September 15th.
Possession date, September 15th?
Correct.
So, can I have a follow-up question then?
Yeah, he'll want to comment. Go ahead. Sure.
Well, okay, let's...
Was there anything else that you want to?
Yes, if I might, just to clarify for the purposes of the motion and the discussion, today there were some changes that were made to the purchase and sale agreement. Those were given to you earlier. The changes are highlighted in yellow. And I'd ask that your motion reflect that you're dealing with the amended purchase and sale agreement, which includes additions of paragraphs 7, F, and G on page 5. Some additional language in paragraph 14B as in boy.
And I'm sorry, Doug, if I could interrupt and just ask you to just summarize. They're quite minor.
Yes.
But I think for the public's benefit, since they don't know what I handed out to all of you just before we started, everybody see the clarity that the minor nature of these changes.
Very good point. So the additions to paragraph 7, this paragraph is buyer's conditions to closing. So we added two things. One is that the execution of an assignment and assumption agreement at closing that is acceptable to the buyer in its sole and exclusive discretion that is generally consistent with Exhibit D to the agreement. So this would be an agreement addressing the current lease to Yellowstone County. You would be assuming and taking over that lease. Yellowstone County has not yet approved that form. We want to make sure that you have the right to say, we don't like this. And if it's not to your liking, you can back out of the deal. Exception G is the similar. It says the execution and recording of an encroachment and easement agreement at closing that is acceptable to buyer in its sole and exclusive discretion. And that again relates to the Sky Bridge.
Doug, on that one, if the parties had discussion about, instead of encroachment and easements relating to the Sky Bridge transfer, I think it should be understood that this would include that. Do we need to change that language?
If there is a transfer, then the encroachment will be on the Stillwater garage rather than on the Stillwater building.
So either way, the terminology still works?
Correct.
Okay.
So the next change is on paragraph 8, paragraph 14B. This relates to the Skybridge encroachment and easement agreement. And we added some language primarily at the bottom that reads, the encroachment and easement agreement will include, amongst other provisions, an access easement for the city and its employees, guests, and invitees for the purpose of ingress and egress to and from the Stillwater building over and through the Sky Bridge that connects the Stillwater building and the Stillwater garage. And then the final change is on paragraph 11, which is in paragraph 15P as in Paul. We added a reference to the encroachment and easement agreement relating to the Sky Bridge. So we just would recommend, Mr. Mayor and council members, that the motion reference the revised purchase and sale agreement that was presented to you today. We have reviewed these with the seller, his attorney, and he has assured us that these changes are acceptable to them.
Doug, while we've got you though, your last comment about on page 11 and Exhibit E, 15 in paragraph P, that was an addition of that item, but based on our earlier discussion, wasn't the goal to remove that reference?
We are asking you not to approve Exhibit E, just to approve the purchase and sale agreement with Exhibits A through D in their current form.
Okay, so in the transfer agreement, does that reference to Exhibit E stay in or come out?
It stays in, but we will bring that document back to you at a later date for your approval then.
Okay, so, and I think I misstated that earlier, so that stays in, but it's what should be understood, that we are not approving the exact language of that agreement. It is still subject to negotiation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw, we need to sort of friendly confirmation.
I was going to say, this isn't a friendly amendment, but I will accept all of that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, because your motion did reference as recommended by staff, and staff is nodding its head over there that is their recommendation, right? And so the document that was handed out and distributed by email late this afternoon and handed out to the council is what is being discussed now and is the subject of the motion, and the second as well. Is that correct, Councilmember Dees?
Well, as long as our recorder understands what we're doing.
Yeah. She's very sharp. She's got it. Okay, so that's the motion. Councilmember Ewald.
Okay, so September 15th, and the thing that's in most desperate need, the way I understand it, is the courts, the justice system. So how soon would work proceed to get the courts moved out of here and the cramped spaces and into that building? And when do you foresee that happening? And I guess Jessica or Chris, I'm not sure who.
I mean, the first answer I'd give there, Councilmember Ewald, Mayor and Council, we'll begin the planning stage now. I think the November 2 election, not that it has ties directly to purchasing this, but it certainly, if the second full-time judge is approved and making those transitions, we'll look at that broader picture. Since September is so close to that November date, I would be cautious about how much we do between those two periods, knowing what further investments, particularly in the criminal justice system, are going to take place as a result of either a favorable or it being turned down. Anything you'd add to that, Jessica? I'm sorry, or Kevin?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ewald, for the question. So as I talked about the master plan, that would be the priority, right? Like, we want to make sure that we're planning out exactly what we need and for whom and what that schedule looks like. And that's definitely the priority, is the Law and Justice Center, or all the Law and Justice departments would be the priority.
So you're not working on a master plan now, even though we're getting close to probably purchasing it?
Well, if we get approval tonight, we'll move forward with putting an RFP together for that.
The only reason I'm bringing this up is we already got one judge and a half judge, and without the public safety, we're still planning on hiring some more prosecutors. I've been through these back rooms here, the vault upstairs that you can't shut because somebody's gonna get locked in if you do. It's a serious situation, and that needs to get moved over ASAP if we can. So you're going to need 2 court chambers, no matter if the public safety goes through or not, but at least we can take that to the people and say, look, this is what we're doing, this is where we're expanding, this is, so now we got room for these people that we're planning on hiring. If we don't have room for them, where are we going to put them? So it gives us a form of direction, and without that, it's going to be really tough.
Absolutely. Your action tonight is critical. I mean, you've heard the judge say before, don't bother giving me more resources if you can't find some space for us to move into. She's not, and that's not the only issue. Pretty much the entire criminal justice system on the city side is in exactly that same boat, whether it's prosecutors, law enforcement, you name it, every component of it is way beyond busted at the seams. So as Jessica mentioned, that is our top priority, is the law and justice space, which is roughly 2/3 of what ultimately this Law and Justice City Hall will be. 2/3 of it will be law and justice.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Council, it's a little after, a couple minutes after 7:30. If I'm going to just ask a quick show of hands, who else would like to make some comments? If all the hands go up, then we'll break and come back. If it's just a couple, we'll try to push through. I'm sorry, Councilman Ortiz?
I'm sorry, I thought you called on Brown next.
I don't know. Did I call on Councilmember Brown? Okay. Then it's all yours.
I was just going to comment, but it really is of no substantive value, so I'll forego.
No, and again, I was not cutting off a debate. I just was trying to find out how many people want to still comment, so we can determine whether to move to a vote and get this behind us, or take a break. So if you'd like to comment, go ahead and raise your hand, just so I have some sense for. I don't see a lot of additional comments, so 2 or 3, we'll go ahead and move ahead. Councilmember Brown, Yakovich, Ronnie.
I guess all I wanted to comment on is, this is $4 million over the appraisal. That I've really been struggling with that a bit. I know that we've got an opportunity that we didn't have before. Going to the public and asking them to bond for extra $1 million is different than using money that we came upon. Let's just put it that way. But it's still $4 million over. That's almost 1/3 of the cost. So that's why my questions were, are we going to lease some of this space, or is it literally just going to sit empty for years? I struggle with that, but I'm working very hard to look at this as an opportunity that we would not have had otherwise, but it's still $4 million. So I'm struggling with that. I'm going to support it. But I just really struggle with $4 million over the appraised cost. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. Well, I appreciate the council moving this forward. I appreciate Mr. Goodrich coming. I thought there'd be more people speaking forward or against it, so that's interesting. On behalf of the city, we thank the nation for $17 million, right? I mean, it is like a blessing. I just want to thank the staff for investing their time in it. This has been a journey from the very beginning when I made the initiative, and the council, city council, who've invested time in it. It's been, even though we had COVID, you all pushed forward, so that is commendable. I'm getting off council in 6 months. If I voted against it, then it's, or we don't support it, then it's something else for everyone 6 months from now or so. I am for this. I took the tour of the place, but a couple things. I like the idea of consolidation. This is something we're really making an effort to. And it could address the idea of taxes if we take people out of all these other places, bring them into the Stillwater building. Those other places can open up to be on, it can be used in a different way. But generally, having us consolidate, I like that. Also, the idea of collaboration. I'm confident that we could potentially fill the building. We already have a tenant, but I think that it is a quality building. We can fill it. And it's pretty innovative that we have a building that we're renting out and making money as well. You know, when I first got on council, this was something that other council were beaten up for, that you should have bought it for $1. And I wasn't on the council that time, but you know, it was a tough decision back then. They didn't buy for $1. I'm sure some people down the road will say, Yakowicz, you spent $17 million on this. Why did you do that? So, but I think that this is a wise decision. I like the idea, as you said, Mr. Brown, we're not bonding out. We have the fortunate opportunity to have this money. I took the tour of the building. I see the quality of it. I believe, as Ms. Shaw said, it is a good building and a good location. So again, I'll circle back to thank you, staff and also council, for being on that, investing many, many hours on it. And I believe it sounds like a unanimous decision among the council on that board to support it. So thank you, Honor, for allowing me to say that.
Thank you. Councilor Ronning?
Thank you. We didn't just come upon the money. We're not fortunate that we got this. Hundreds of thousands of lives have been lost because of the pandemic. Businesses have been shut down. Families have lost loved ones. This is not a gift from heaven to us. People lost an enormous amount. I'm not going to support the motion, not because I don't love the building. I grew up in that building. I have a lot of heartstrings in that building. I love the building. I think it's a great opportunity for the city. I don't think it's been good government the way this process has worked. $17+ million once we agree to this purchase, plus additional millions of dollars after that, and not one public meeting outside of a council session to ask how the public wants to use that $17+ million, the $20 million we got from CARES Act and ARPA. Not one single ask to the public on how the public wants to use that money. Not one single presentation on what our options are to use that money. Could we build a fire station 8 where 40,000 plus members in the Heights could actually be serviced with additional fire services? What else could we be using that money for in regard to public safety services where our crime is so high it's unbelievable? I do not disagree that we need extra city council space, extra city hall space. I don't disagree that we need law and justice center space. I don't disagree with that at all. But I disagree with the fact that this is the only option we're even given and presented by our city administration for the use of these funds. I wish we would have been able, and the public would have been able, to have learned what other options would have been available. And I wish the public would have had the opportunity to give input on this. Do I think that this is a good deal now that we got this money? Sure, I do. But I don't like the process in which it's gotten, in which we're here. So thank you. So no, I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on the motion? Any other comment on the motion before we move to a vote? Again, the motion is for approval of the revised version of the agreement that you have in your hand or that was distributed to us. If the motion is clear, we'll proceed to a vote. If voting in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for staff's hard work and the committee's hard work as well. And your patience. We will take a break now. We'll come back and get on the rest of our motion. Thank you for the patience of members of the public who thought you were at the beginning of the agenda instead of the end.
Well, thank you. Oh, here it is, here it is. Okay, are we all back? We are all back, so. Okay. Thank you, everyone. For reconvening, we left off at the conclusion of item number 2, and now we are on new item number 3, public hearing and resolution on the budget amendments. Tony, would you please read new item number 3, former item number 2?
Public hearing and resolution approving and adopting FY 2021 budget amendments. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Finance Director Andy Zeller, it's all yours.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Let's see if we can make, I got it right here, I can reach that. All right, some final FY21 budget amendments for you this evening. They kind of go into, well, I'm just rehashing what was in the staff memo. There's great detail in there. I've categorized these really into kind of what I'd say 3 buckets. One are prior approvals, which are things you've already seen, you're aware of budget amendments coming. That's the majority of them. That's these items here, and then the next slide we'll go through them. Equipment replacement for the totaled fire truck. Bell Chemical Award was an East Billings TIF award. And some construction projects, SIDs, water fund, and then the South TIF, Hollowell Lane improvements. Again, you've already approved all those contracts, and at those staff meetings, or in those staff memos, you were made aware of the forthcoming budget amendment. The last 2 that I would say are prior approvals is the public safety fund, where police asked to move $250,000 from FY21 to 22. Since you did include that in the 22 budget, I'm doing a negative, or requesting a negative or a reduction in their 21 budget, just to make sure that we are showing moving it from 21 to 22. And then finally, work order 2015 Wicks Lane improvements. Those would be the ones that would related to prior council action. The next group here are these 3, which are related to donations or new revenue. Parks programs. The High Sierra restroom was actually in the original FY21 CIP, but it didn't make it into the budget. So that funding has always been there. We're asking that the budget error be corrected and put in place. And then there was $18,900 in donations for memorial benches, and we're asking for council authority to spend that. The dog park construction, $44,400 donation from Friends of Billings Dog Park was made to the city of Billings for construction of a shade structure. And that's at Centennial. Yep, that's Centennial. And again, budget amendment for that. And then finally, in the public safety fund, in the fire department, there were 2 items. The DNRC reimburses us for staffing rigs during, they have a term for it, but it's basically during high-risk fire. And we incur the payroll and wages costs at the city, but we are reimbursed for that. So we're asking for additional budget authority for that amount that we were reimbursed. And then there was the replacement of a compressor that had failed. We received a warranty check, and we replaced that so they can keep filling their air tanks. The combined total of that's $252,917. Those were all funded through donations or new revenue. And then finally, the budget amendments, for which I kind of called new spending, are in the park maintenance districts. Given our high or our low rainfall this year, we're asking for additional budget authority to pay for the additional watering that was incurred in those park maintenance districts. And we budget based upon some historical averages, about a 3 to 5 year average, and this was outside of that norm. So we've spent more there than we had anticipated. There is funding available in those districts for this purpose, but again, we're asking for the budget authority to pay those bills. Here's the summary by fund. It was included in your council packet. It's a total of about $5,700,000, largely capital and construction projects. Again, this is a public hearing, so don't forget about that. And then I'd recommend council take action and approve the FY21 budget amendments. And with that, answer any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Quick questions before we go to a public hearing. Just a reminder, we've got 10 items ahead of us still. Councilmember Ewald.
The deal with the fire truck, the equipment replacement, is that on FY21 because we paid cash for it up front? Or haven't we paid for it yet and we're going to pay for it in FY22? And if that's the case, why would it be on FY21?
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Ewald, we did pay, historically we have paid cash up front on Pierce because they do give us a cash discount. I believe we did that in this case. Either way, it is a FY21 expense because we ordered the truck, we signed the contract to buy it, so we are liable for that expense, assuming that they fulfill their end of the contract. So we tie the expense and the budget to the year the contract is signed, even though a contract may take multiple years to complete.
Okay, and one more, please. And then the last one is 115 for watering. That's how much has been spent on water since March till the end of June in all the PMDs? Or is that what they're speculating on spending even now?
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Ewald, that was our estimate when we created when we needed to figure out what the amounts were about 4 weeks ago, what our estimate would be through June 30 for all watering based upon what we had been seeing. So it's only through June 30. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and so then that's going to get back charged or assessed at a higher rate next year when we do the assessments?
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Ewald, it would go into the calculation for future years. I don't know that it would all be caught up in 1 year, though, because, again, this is kind of the anomaly. We build up reserves for this situation and then use these reserves for this purpose when it arises.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Andy before we go to a public hearing? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, on the shade structures, the 44,000, I think it was. Mm-hmm. Was that 4 of the shade structures or 5? Because I understand one is available for the heights, and I wasn't sure. Does this include all 5 of those? Or, Mike, do you know that? It does.
I'm going to defer to Mike on that. Yeah.
Councilmember Neese, I'm 99% sure it includes all the shade structures, including the one in the Heights.
Okay, so when the one in the Heights is not installed yet, and in fact, Frank is working with some of the Heights Task Force to get some donations done so we can get it installed there, we won't need to have a budget amendment on that 5th one. This takes care of that 5th one.
Councilmember Neese, you're correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Andy? Don't see any, so we'll open up for public hearing now. If you'd like to comment on former item 2, new item number 3, the budget amendments for this fiscal year, please come forward. Just ask also that in all these items you make a little line so we don't wait for people to come forward. Just go ahead and stand right behind the previous speaker. Are there any, except the ghost who's behind the podium now, is there anybody else? Anybody at all who would like to comment on item number, former item 2, current item number 3? Don't see anybody. Snooze, you lose. Public hearing is closed on that. We'll move to a motion, hopefully. Councilmember Boyette, I saw your hand first.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve and adopt the fiscal year 2021 budget amendments as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning, would you like the second? Motion is for approval. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Hey, Andy, I just want to clarify for the public because we get so many comments and emails about this. Just want to clarify the $44,400 for the dog park in Centennial Park really did come from private donations through Friends of the Dog Park. That's not city tax money that we're paying towards that dog park. That actually came from private donations.
Correct, Mayor, Council, Councilmember Ronning. We received that amount in donation, and so we are asking for approval to spend that money.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Any other discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. The motion again is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Tony, would you read our next item, former 3, current 4?
Public hearing and second final reading ordinance for zone change 992, a zone change from N3 suburban neighborhood to N2 mid-century neighborhood located at 117 and 119 Glenhaven Drive. Eric Schnellbach, owner applicant. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the findings of the 10 criteria. Action, approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Monica's our presenter.
I am. This is going to be very, very brief. It was a great introduction. Just as a reminder, this was an existing duplex that was built in 1962 that has existed for a long time. It's in an N3, needs to go to an N2 in order for a rebuild letter for the lending institution. To jog your memory, here is the zoning map to show you where it is located. The subject property is outlined in this aerial. You were provided with the Zoning Commission recommendations and the findings at the last hearing on your first reading. During that meeting on June 28th, you held a hearing. There was no public comments. There were limited questions from the council, and you did ultimately recommend approval. And as a final step, you'll need to hold a second public hearing and reaffirm your action on the first. And that concludes my presentation. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you much. Any other questions before we go to a public hearing? Councilmember Rewalt?
I was just going to make a motion.
You know, we need the public hearing, so we'll do that, and then we'll look to you. So are there any questions for staff before we go to the public hearing? Don't see any. If you're here to comment on the zone change 992, this is your opportunity on item former number 3, current number 4. Is there any public comment on former item number 3, zone change 992? Don't see any. Public hearing then is closed. So Councilmember Ewald.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria for zone change 992 as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much. Second, Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval. We'll proceed to a vote if there is no discussion. Seeing none, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Tony, would you read former item number 4, current item number 5?
Public hearing and resolution for annexation 21-03, a parcel located north of King Avenue East and east of Jackson Street. Jason D. Adkins, petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Wyeth.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to start off this presentation because I'm going to provide you with an overview of the next multiple items. They were items number 4 through 11. I won't try to translate them into the new numbering. And these all include the effort to expand the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District. This process started about 1.5 years ago with conversations between property owners down in the district, the South Billings Urban Renewal Association Board, the staff for that board, Jim Tevlin, who's here this evening, and city staff. And we had a lot of conversation back and forth in terms of looking at adding additional properties to the district to really support development and redevelopment in the city, which is critical here because you, if you're going to be included in an urban rural district, your property needs to be in the city, and we have properties in this area that are still in the county. So to be able to bring some more properties into the city and then have them develop in the city, both from a standpoint of an overall city benefit and then certainly to be able to be included in the district are both really key to this whole process, and to look at what kind of infrastructure improvements also can be taken advantage of by having properties develop at city standards. So it's really this type of an approach is really all about those opportunities and being able to have this all occur and bring it together. So tonight we have agenda items, were 4 through 11, that are all part of this process to complete this district expansion. And it all kind of comes together with all this work and conversation that's happened up to now. So I'm going to provide an overview of the effort here at the front end of the process. The reason I'm standing up right now before the first annexation 2103, which is actually the next item on the agenda, is because that is the first of 3 annexations that are tied to this expansion effort. And so I'm going to give you an overview of the process, and then we'll have Monica Plecker will be up to talk through the annexations briefly. And then I'll talk about the zone change, which is zone change 993, which is coming up after that on the agenda. And then Jim Tevlin and I will discuss with you the final step tonight, which is the actual expansion effort and action for the district, which is the final item for this whole process. So that's kind of where we're at. I'd ask if we can that if you, the council hold its questions till, like in this case, I'll complete the overview and we'll have the annexation presentation, and then we can have questions kind of mainly on the annexations at that point. Then I'll go into the zone change discussion, obviously questions there, and then finally the expansion. Obviously we have hearings that have to occur throughout this, which we'll have to, we'll do those as we go. So just to see if we can handle it that way. We do have property owners and agents here for the properties that are part of this expansion tonight. And I know that some of them will want to speak during the hearings and also are available for questions as well. So just to review on the process, really after a lot of the discussions that occurred last year between property owners and the district folks and city staff, back in December 2020, we came to the council at one of your work sessions and presented the proposal for including additional properties in the district, and got direction at that time to go forward and put everything together and come back to the council in 2021 to do this district expansion. As part of this process, Montana's urban renewal law also requires that a district, whether you're creating a brand new district or whether you're expanding an existing district, that it is found to be, has to be in conformance with your current growth policy. So as part of this process also that was going on in the last several months, our planning board had to review this proposed expansion and determine whether it was in conformance with the growth policy. And that's why you see materials tonight as part of the agenda and the packet that have the planning board's letter to the council saying that they did find that this is in conformance. That happened, the board acted on that back in April. We have 2 properties of all the 5 properties that you're looking at tonight for this expansion that are already within the city limits. And then we have 3 that have to be annexed and also be zoned to city zoning to be brought into the city and into the district. Overall, we have about 80 acres that are being contemplated here with all the properties if you add them together. So after we received the direction in December to get us from there to now, basically, staff was involved with property owner coordination, the annexation petitions that we'll be talking about here shortly, the zone change that we'll be discussing, drafting the district ordinance to be able to do the expansion, the growth policy conformance that I already talked about, public notice and direct notice to the affected property owners as required by the state statutes for expansion of a district. And then the council in May, on May 10th, acted on a resolution of intent to expand the district, which was the first formal step by the council as an action that then brought us to this point with the ordinance tonight that you'll be considering. So those are all kind of just more background on those steps. In terms of the process, as I said, we've got the items across the agenda. To complete this through the steps tonight, there's 3 annexations that would need to be approved. There's development agreements with 2 of those annexations, and Monica will talk about that in a minute. We have our normal ward ordinance first readings that have to occur to include properties that are annexed into the proper wards in the city. So that's all happening, and that's annexation 2103, 2104, and 2105. Then we'll move into the zone change 993. There's 3 properties that then, having gone through the annexation process, can be considered for city zoning. Those have been through, and you've received a recommendation from the zoning commission. for those zone changes for those properties. And then last is approving that first reading of the ordinance to expand the district. So I just want to talk to you specifically here on the properties that are being considered tonight with this map. And it's a little bit faded on here, but I'll try to use the pointer here. So we have, as I said, 5 properties that are under consideration. This is the current South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District, sitting here in south portion of the city. And then the properties that are being considered are the ones that have this kind of black and white cross hatching that you see. So the first property to review very quickly is the Adkins property, owned by Jason Adkins at the corner of Jackson Street and King Avenue East. That property is about 4 acres or so in size. There is a piece of property that's separately owned and held that's sort of in the middle to south portion of the property. That is not part of this annexation tonight. That is not part of the zone change. That property continues to remain for the time being, at least in the county. And the plans for that property, Jason's plans are to develop it for residential development in the city after this process is complete. The next property we'll go over here to, this is owned by Tim Compton and his entity that's the owner for that piece. That property is already in the city, so that is not needing to be annexed tonight, and it's already zoned. So that property is just at this point in the process for inclusion in the district. In that area, that property is vacant, and Mr. Compton has some plans for development of that property as well going forward. The property next to the Compton property is formerly was owned by the Driscoll family. It is now owned by Torgerson's, which is a large equipment implement dealer here in town. That piece is here. That's about a 30-acre property. And it is also vacant at this time, aside from some older farming and outbuildings that are still on the property and some old vehicles and such. But the plan there is also for development of that property. That one is one of the ones being annexed this evening, and also has to be, the zoning has to be changed to a city zoning. Adjacent to there is what we call the Hogan property. The city council annexed that property last year, so it is already in the city. So it again is under consideration tonight for expansion of the district. And what's just important to note, and we'll talk about this a little bit more later, is as you see, these are adjacent. They're adjacent to the existing district, and they are all lined up along that south frontage road, which is important from a standpoint of future infrastructure improvements and city infrastructure improvements in this area, because right now that whole area is not in the city. The last property is city-owned property. It was mentioned earlier this evening as well. This is when there was discussion regarding that facility for solid waste. It's about a 20-acre property just south of the current Billings Operations Center off of South Billings Boulevard. City purchased that property quite a few months ago now, and has future plans for development of that property for city services in the long run. So those are the properties, just to give you that overview. I'm going to move to the annexation piece here, and Monica's going to come up and just talk to you briefly about that, and then we'll continue from there. So thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Apologize for so many words on one slide, but trying to provide the overview of how everything's going, it seemed like it needed to work tonight. So I just wanted to let you know that the annexations that are before you, 03, 04, and 05, have all been evaluated. In your staff reports, you were provided with the departmental responses, as well as the criteria, the 5 criteria that the annexation policy requires. For the petitioned annexations were included. It is staff's opinion that that criteria has been met. And as far as just some things to highlight with the 3 annexations themselves, first and foremost, annexation 20-05 is the City of Billings property. You'll notice that it's a little different. It does not require a petition. Instead, it requires the city's resolution of intent to annex and then a public hearing. And it doesn't have the standard conditions of approval, and that's by design. It's intended that way. If we were to require a development agreement, the city would be entering into an agreement with itself, and that's unnecessary, because once the property is in the city will develop it in accordance with all the site development regulations and rules and laws and ordinances. So that is not a part of it. So also, just because I received a question today from Councilmember Neese regarding, well, what about a waiver? There's a couple of different ways to handle a waiver. First and foremost, we don't need to handle it tonight because, again, it's the city's property. The city's going to participate in anything that it needs to, by law. In a what-if scenario that he brought up of if the city ever decided to split the parcel and sell it, it would be a part of a subdivision. There would be a subdivision improvement agreement, which also has a waiver. And furthermore, in order to keep it from being restricted on the 20-year subdivision waiver requirement, as a part of the buy-sell agreement, you can require a waiver. So none of those things are included tonight, nor do I think that you need to address them tonight. So I wanted to share that with you. For the other annexations, 2103 and 2104, you guys are old pros at these. I mean, I think you've done like 8 of them in the last 10 months. So, I mean, you're as proficient as I am at this point on annexations. And, there's nothing too out of the ordinary with them. Again, all of the departments reported, and we are recommending conditions of approval. I think there are some parts that are likely interesting to you, so I've chosen to highlight a few, but they both require the development agreement, which is in consideration tonight. A couple things to highlight for annexation 2003, that's the Atkins property. There is specific items within the development agreement related to street widening, as well as how they'll handle extensions of sanitary water and sewer, and also right-of-way. So, just by way of anything that's kind of not just your standard language, those are the items that you probably want to pay attention to. Item 21-04, the Torgerson property. I just wanted to highlight, because again, it's also of some prior interest, that there is language included for both the construction of a multi-use trail along the frontage road, which they will be required to maintain, as well as providing 2 easements for trails to be constructed in the future for the city's benefit. And so one of those will be on the southern portion of the property, which will help us maintain connectivity with some of the issues experienced with the river, as well as the western portion of the property as well. So just as a reminder, you are going to have to start working through all of these items individually. You will have to have public hearings for the annexations. You do not need public hearings for the development agreements. And then you do have to do that cleanup item of the ward boundary ordinances. So I'll be available, of course, after you close the hearing and you have your discussion to answer any questions on those. But as a general overview, that completes the items on the annexations and development agreements.
Thank you very much. That then is, I guess, the presentation on item old 4, new 5 for the annexation 2103. We do have to have a public hearing, but before we open up for public hearing on that annexation item, do we have questions for staffs directed specifically to annexation 2103? Councilmember Neese.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I have a question about the process real quick, because it seemed like we covered all of the annexations, all of the properties, all of the agreements in one, and I thought we were addressing, and what was read by the clerk was the annexation 2103.
And that is all that we will deal with piecemeal. We'll go through in the order and direct our questions to that, but I think staff just wanted to give the big picture, but we will proceed in that serial fashion shown on our agenda.
There'll be no more presentations by staff then?
We'll ask staff at each point and they can make that determination, but I doubt there'll be long presentations if there are. Monica, you want to comment?
If I may just clarify, I don't have, and Debbie and I coordinated on the development agreements. As far as the annexations and the development agreements, I don't have any more formal presentations. For each item, I will be available to clarify or answer any questions or provide an introduction if necessary. As far as further presentations, once you get to the items that deals with the zone change, there will be slides and additional slides on the zone change. So I'm here to now start to focus on annexation 21-03. I don't want to give a specific presentation. I'll just answer any of your questions related to it.
Okay. Questions, Councilmember Ewell and Councilmember Yakovich?
Thank you, Mayor. On your map, your annexation map, they got the star there in the big red box, but it doesn't show that parcel that's left in the county. So is that not left in the county anymore then?
So I believe the map that you're referring to was attached to the staff report as the limits of annexation map. Is that correct? Okay, so the star is shown. You won't. The limits of annexation map is going to show it all as red because the county that remains in the property is still in the red petition area. In this case, the property that's coming in, the Atkins property, is the one that includes the star, and you can see the parcel line around it. So the property that's going to remain in the county will still be shown as red because they could come in tomorrow and also submit a petition.
Follow-up question there. So in the reading up here, it says that it's going to be rezoned as NX1 and also NX2, so it's going to be a split zone for that Atkins property?
Yes, it will, and that zoning request will be covered in that public hearing. But yes, it will be a multiple zone. A portion of the property will be zoned NX1 and a portion of the property will be zoned N2.
Did you incorporate a map to show which is which, or?
With a part of the zone change, you'll be able to clearly delineate.
Okay.
And of course, we'll get to that when we get to the zone change item.
Yes, correct.
That's what this was. It says it's.
No, we're still just on item 4, public hearing for annexation.
We mixed it up a lot.
Councilmember Neese, did you have,
I do have a question. What's the zone now? Then what are we bringing? If we annex it, what's it coming into the city as?
Okay, we don't want to get too far off track on the zoning, but what is it zoned now on the Atkins property?
RR1, which is a county district, which means that you have to have at least 1 acre per principal dwelling unit or for a principal dwelling unit.
Any other questions for Monica on the annexation? Councilmember Yakovich.
So Monica, just because 4, 5, and 6 is talking about two things, annexation and a development agreement. Could you, for the sake of for the audience too, but just a snapshot, what is annexation?
Sure.
And secondly, what is development agreement? So we're just on the same page with everyone here.
Sure. Councilmember Yakovich, annexation is the process in which a landowner makes a formal request to the city to have the city limits expanded to include them. So they're no longer county parcels, they'll become city parcels, which means, they'll get to vote for you or one of you up there, depending. So there's specific parts of state law that handle annexations. In the case of 2103 and 2104, it's the part of state law that talks about annexing by petition. That means the landowner has submitted a petition to the city of Billings asking to be included in the city. So we've gone through that process. We've noticed the hearing. We've taken into consideration in your staff report departmental responses as well as how it meets the 5 criteria of the annexation policy. The 5 criteria of the annexation policy are very simple. Kind of as an overview, is it identified in the limits of annexation map as an eligible property to petition? Yes, it is. Are we able to provide services within a reasonable amount of time? Yes, we are. Are existing or proposed improvements within the area to be annexed to city standards? Yes, that's why we have a development agreement. And then 4 is the property going to have a waiver of right to protest future special improvement districts? Yes, it's a part of the development agreement. That development agreement, we rely on it a lot because it basically is a contract between the landowner and the city saying, when we come into the city, because you're now going to provide us services, these are the improvements that we're required to make. This is what we bring to the table when you offer us services in return. So, and finally, if annexed, will the land uses comply with the zoning? So there are zone changes associated with some of these properties. This particular property, annexation 21-03, the Atkins property zoned RR1, is a county-only zone. it is not transferable into the city. It can't remain RR1. And so that's why there is an associated zone change request with it. So prior to the issuance of any building permit, there's a review to make sure that it's in site compliance with zoning. So that's kind of an overall picture of what annexation is and the processes that we're going through tonight. If there's any one particular area, I'm happy to more so elaborate, but I think that should cover it.
Okay, thank you very much. We do need to move to a public hearing. Anything else for Monica before we do so? Don't see anything, so thank you very much. If you would like to be heard on former item 4, current item number 5, the annexation 2103, which is the property at King Avenue East in Jackson, known as the Atkins property owned by Jason Atkins, this is your opportunity. Again, this is a public hearing on annexation.
Good evening. My name is Roberta Johansson, and I live at 705 Jackson, adjacent to the Atkins property. In 1986, my husband, who's now passed, and I bought the property. It was nothing but a garbage, 5 acres of garbage. I mean, there was trees, there was car parts, there was appliances, there was garbage. Took us months and months and months to get it clean and properly ready for a new mobile that we put on the first acre. After that, my husband worked keeping that 4 lots mowed, plus planting trees and making our property presentable for the south side, which at first I wasn't too anxious about it. But I'll tell you what, that is a great south end of Jackson. It's a great place. It's quiet. The neighbors are all good. And I have some concerns, mainly the Gray Eagle Ditch, which runs behind all of those properties. And if Jason's going to cover the ditch, how far is he going to cover it? If you're going to have families with children and animals there, we had a calf drown in there. My son measured it at High Point last month. It was 10 feet wide and 3 feet deep. That's dangerous. Not only that, the traffic on Jackson is horrible. You have motorcycles, you have race cars up and down. I mean, it's not safe for children, more children, let alone pedestrians. Not only that, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. Not only that, but I'm adjacent to the Atkins property. In 2016, Clark Atkins approached my husband to buy the property. At that time, we had no intention of selling the property. We were very proud of it. Anyway, he kept coming back and coming back. Finally, we decided, well, okay, he guaranteed us that he was not going to build homes. He was going to build some storage areas because he has a property on Washington and he wanted to bring some of that overflow to the property. So we agreed. Well, needless to say, not long after that, he passed away. Very unfortunate, and Jason inherited the property. We just don't need multiple housing on that end of Jackson. I mean, it's a quiet neighborhood. What am I going to do with all these multiple housing on the east side of me? I mean, I've got the first acre, and it's a beautiful acre. We have planted trees, and the yard is gorgeous. Sorry. Anyway, all I'm asking is, please, we do not need multiple dwellings on that end of the street any more than we already have, which is bad enough up on the north side. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Come on forward. I'll mention this, but it's going to be probably just confusing. So the immediate thing before us is whether this property should come into the city at all. And we'll get to also the zoning issues later. We'll also talk about the development agreement, but there won't be a public hearing on that. So it's hard to separate all those, so I'm not going to worry about trying to make those distinctions, but I'll just remind all of us that that's the immediate issue before us, is whether it should come in the city. So, sir.
My name is Gary Carter. I live at 4104 Jansma, and I am within a stone throw of the property. And I am against this project that wants to go on here on count of the fourplexes, the duplexes, whatever he wants to put on there. I'm against it. Regular housing, I'm for it. Because I got across the alley from me, I have 3plexes, 4plexes, and when this was built back in the early 80s, late 70s, this was a good neighborhood. The buildings were nice, but now over multiple people buying them. We've got an out-of-state owner that lives in New Jersey, and he's a slumlord. And I would advise all you people on the council, please come through our alley on the 4100 block and take a look at these buildings. They're trash. I've had a murder within 75 feet of my house and had another one just right down the row, probably about 4 or 5 houses down in the same apartments. And I am very concerned about these duplexes, fourplexes, whatever he wants to put on there. But regular housing, yes, but not apartments. I'm against it. So if you zone that for apartments, I'm bad for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the annexation of this property, annexation 2103?
Hi, I'm Clark Schmidt. I own property not too far from the Atkinson property, which is very, very close. And if I understand you, Mr. Mayor, what you are going to talk about here is the annexing of that particular land. And I'm against annexing that particular land at the present time. I'm also against the zoning. And the way I understand it, we're going to talk about zoning later, correct? All right, so I'm going to talk about why you don't want to annex that property, okay? We're all familiar with Jackson Street. Jackson Street, has 2 parts. It has the north part, which some of us down there call Skid Row, and we have the south part, where most of that is in rural Yellowstone County, and we're zoned differently. We all have our small places, our open spaces, right? And with this particular annex, what you guys want to do is you want to try to make Jackson Street South the new Jackson Street North. Because if you do allow that to be annexed, and they do put multiple dwellings in there, it will become just like Jackson Street North. And we do not need another Jackson Street North on King Avenue East. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, any other public comment on this item? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jason Atkins. I first wanted to say that my family has been had a business presence and a residential presence in the South Side for almost 50 years now. I lived on Washington Street. I've seen the area change. I have an affinity for everybody here, including Roberta, who my father purchased the property from. And what we're trying to do here, I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. We're not trying to put rental houses on here. We are not trying to put, I don't know, low income or let me put it this way, just slum housing as it seems to be referred. We're trying to put some quality, affordable homes, not unlike what's kind of going on with Josephine Landing, or excuse me, Crossing, and try to change the narrative a little bit of the area. We're talking about a property right now where drug deals go down, where people abandon cars, where they throw their trash in a very dangerous ditch, which would be covered completely, by the way. It would need to be moved and culverted to do this. We're trying to change the narrative of the whole area. We think with a little influx of capital, this is a property right now that, just so you know, brings in about $500 revenue a year to the county. We're talking about a $4 million investment. We're talking about bringing new families into the area that are taxpayers, that would hopefully change the narrative and to clean up some of the help. Because when you get new families in an area, oftentimes they want to, they want to clean up an area where they come into. So we've got a newer newer type of a situation with people and changing the whole, the whole narrative of the property. So I would encourage you to think about this, because we have some drawings and we have really spent some time trying to make this a better piece of property. There's really not been any development in that area in almost a decade. And this is something that I think would be new and exciting and change the narrative for the whole area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Tom Lose. I live at 4102 Stone Street. A little history about myself. I was a mailman for about 30 years. And, 7 of those years was delivering on what the gentleman before Jason referred to as the North Jackson. They tried a development there on Bird and Mitchell over in there. And they had the same type of situation. They wanted to put single-family homes and then multifamily. Well, I always referred to that as my little East LA that I delivered to up there. And for a while on that Bird properties, it was pretty nice there. And then all of a sudden it changed. So I'm against this annexation, and I think you should really consider what will happen there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Any other public comment on this item? And if you'd like to comment, go ahead and make a little line in the back.
I'm Dennis Mullen. My property is 4102 Jansma, which we have 20-foot back property on Jackson, just across from the Atkins property. And nobody is denying that it's a pretty property. It's nice. But as far as coming into the city, I don't know if we can stop that. But the zoning is the major issue to me. And you referred to Willard Fraser earlier in the meeting, and I wonder what he would think, because he was an advocate of Billings and a very strong advocate of the South Side. And we just don't need any more multiple housing. And if that means leave it out of the city, I would not agree with annexing it. Thank you.
My name is Nora Moe. I live at 4102 Jansma. My husband just got done speaking. We love where we live. We lived there for 40 years. We've got a nice little community other than the apartments behind us. If you just go down our street in that alleyway, you will see those houses. There was murders, shootings, drugs, garbage, couches, chairs, everything out. We hate it there. It's not fun to live there anymore because it's scary. There's drugs there, and that's what we see happening across us. Sure, the guy's gonna build a beautiful place and it's gonna be nice for 5 years. Then after that, it goes to the dog because it's sold to somebody else. We just don't need that. We don't want it. And I'm like my husband says, I'm all for annexing to the city, but we did not get a plan as to what's going to happen, what the guy's going to do. We do not want multi-housing at all. Single housing, fine, that's it, but no multiple housing. I don't know what else to say. I would say no on the annexation because we don't know what the initial plan is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did go around the whole neighborhood and I got all kinds of petitions signed that the whole community down there does not want it. So.
Thank you. Any other comments in this public hearing?
I'm Darlene Hurt, and I live at 3905 King Avenue East. The property that I have is my husband's homestead. We bought it from his father and mother, and we've been there 50 years. And that is a very nice area, and we don't need all that crime that has been developing. The police department and all them, the gas and gold that attended got shot there. And there's been murders in them buildings, those apartments. Actually, my son, or our son, when he was in high school, built those apartments with Willoughby's Construction. And that was years ago when our son Tim was in high school. And I just feel we do not need to be annexed into the city. So that's how I feel. My husband isn't here right now, so, and he would have a lot more to say about it than I. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Any other public comments on the item? If not, we're going to... No, I'm sorry, ma'am. You can always talk once. Excuse me. So, yeah. Anybody else who hasn't spoken on this item? Mr.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I feel the need to just stand up and advocate for this action because this is part of a bigger plan to implement some positive changes in the South Side. And the stories that I'm hearing there, they're very serious, and I take them very serious. But I would not be advocating for something like this if there wasn't a positive outcome to this. Jason is looking to implement housing ownership, not rental. In terms of eliminating blight, home ownership is probably the one of the best things that you can possibly do to prevent that. Are there any guarantees in the future? No, obviously. Even where I live, where any of you live, there's no guarantees in the future. But we feel like if this property is annexed in, then ultimately we can develop it. Because right now, if you were to look at it, you would see. You take a look at it right now, you'll see an in-holding. You'll see them advertising a drug that's illegal in 6 states. You'll see cars there, and you'll see derelict buildings there. So if we do nothing, then really nothing is going to happen. But on the other hand, if it's put into the city, and we do have the ability to apply tax increment dollars to it, there is a positive outcome to this. So, and the folks that are in the building here that have some strong views, we welcome them to come to one of our S-Bird meetings, and we can talk about it, or I can meet with them one-on-one or as a group to help try to allay their fears. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment on item number 5, former item number 4? Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and back to council. Council, do we have further questions or motion? Councilmember Boyette.
Monica, this is currently RR1, I believe.
Yes, Councilmember Boyette, RR1.
So let's pretend this didn't go through. What could the owner of the property build currently now?
Well, we would kind of be stuck in a holding pattern. If the city chooses to annex the property and the subsequent zone change is not approved, there's no like default zoning. It's not like before Project Recode where, if when things came into the city, they just automatically came in as R9600. That language is gone and is not a part of the code any longer. So basically, you would have property that wouldn't have a zoning designation for a period of time until staff would come forward, which staff does have a recommendation. Staff worked in consultation with Mr. Atkins to identify appropriate zones. And when Wyeth gets to his presentation, he'll talk about some of the adjacent zones that are similar and identical to what's being asked for. So, it's a unique question that you ask, but I think, and I don't want to speak for Wyeth, but because a zone change had to accompany the annexation, there was consultation with planning and the developer, and planning is offering a recommendation of support based on what is before you tonight. So
Councilor Boyer, was your question, what could they build if it was not annexed, or what they could build if it were annexed but not changed the zoning?
It's still R1 right now. What could they build now?
Right now in the county, if they could do their well and septic, they could put one home on it as RR1.
One home per acre, correct?
Per acre.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, this is actually for
Monica.
Wyeth. I'm sorry, Monica. Sorry about that. This is for Wyeth because in Wyeth, Nicole's not here, but during the recode, or actually a zoning or annexation we did not too long ago, the council did not approve the zone change. And so we were told by Nicole that it would default, and this was after recode passed, that would default to N3 because it was rural Route 1. And so the default would then go to N3, but I hear from Monica that that's not the case. And that's, so can...
I'm going to help you. Okay. I'm going to help you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So Councilmember Neese, the zone change that you're referring to was in the Heights, kind of near Bitterroot,
right.
If you remember. So they were asking for a zone change that would have taken the property to N2. Because the property does need a zone change, and it was mostly surrounded by N3, and there were also some covenants and things that came into play, which we don't care about those covenants, but there were parts that were already built out that even did have an N2 zoning. So basically, that was much more clear cut than this area right here to say that N2 or N3 could fit. In this case, where you've got different zonings and things happening, again, you have a new recommendation in front of you. So even though you're referring to that as a default zoning, that wasn't the case. It wasn't that the code says it defaults to N3. It's the code reads is that a zoning will be selected that's, in concert with the characteristics around it. So, if N2 didn't fly, the only other option then is N3, and there was N3 around it. So the circumstances are really a little bit different with that.
Hey, Mary, quick follow-up on that then.
Right.
And I don't know who this question would be for, whether it's Gina or Wyeth or whoever, but maybe we need to address it. But does this mean that our recode has an issue, a problem? Because if this is denied tonight, then we annexed a property, then the zoning is not approved, and we got this property that's unbuildable in any way. So is that something that we need to address with recode?
Councilmember Neese, I'll also take a stab at that first as well. We're going to be coming to you on August 2nd with the warranty period for recode to let you know of really only a handful of items that we're monitoring or have found issue with. To think that you will never have a zone change or you'll never have people that aren't, completely satisfied with what's being proposed is not a reflection of recode. It's just a reflection of changes occurring. So, could we say that not identifying a default zoning like we had in our past zone is an issue? Sure, we can look at that, but is recode itself and the fact that there are issues with uses and who likes what? No.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about this one particular. Is that something we need to change in the recode? Because I'd be afraid to annex this now if we don't have the support to support the zone change, which we won't know until we get to there.
Mm-hmm. Right, and we, I will say that next month you'll have another annexation and accompanying zone change that really, it's too bad that the applicant had to go through a zone change process because it's so simple. So that is on our radar. So I do think that there is some time, basically a set of criteria that we may need to look at some point that kind of outlines when it's obvious what the zone should be versus when it's not, and kind of what those processes look like.
Okay, thank you. Council, how do you want to proceed? Councilmember Ronning, saw your hand. Councilmember Purington?
Actually, Pam was before me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. So, Monica, could you explain the conditional approval that you have on the recommendation from staff?
Yes. So the conditional approval for annexation 20-03 is that there be a development agreement executed that's mutually agreed upon within 45 days. So that means that in order for the annexation to be valid within 45 days, the city and the developer need to enter into that agreement. That will happen tonight as a subsequent item. So the property would become immediately annexed into the city tonight. And as a matter of just order and process, because all of these things are tied ultimately to the expansion of the district, we do have to consider the annexation and some of the land use things before you get to the actual, Sabura expansion. But there's only one condition of approval, the development agreement.
Thank you, Monica. And I know we'll get to the development agreement, but should we be requiring the development agreement, the piping of that ditch?
In the, Mayor.
That it is part of it?
Sure, there
Okay.
is actually a sub area, I don't know, I think maybe it's number 10, that I think talks about the Gray Eagle ditch, as well as having to, get their approval for either altering it, moving it, or covering it. So that there is language to talk about making sure that those approval processes happen with the ditch company prior to development.
Okay, but nothing that requires piping of the ditch?
Nothing that requires it. It's just that if their development is going to relocate it or want to cover it, the Gray Eagle ditch has to agree to it. So, if the development needs it, then they'll get it from
Okay. Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. Monica, just to clarify, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but just to clarify for the public that's here. In order for this property to become part of the Sabura, it obviously needs to be annexed. So we need to approve this in order for it to become a part of the urban renewal district, correct?
Yes, Councilmember Ronning, that's true. And to just further make a point, in order to even be able to consider the zone change, you have to take action on the annexation.
If I can just follow up with that. The reason I asked you that is because for urban renewal districts, the main purpose is to remove blight and increase property tax value, which I think is critically important to the conversation and what we've heard. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ewalt and Councilmember Yakwich.
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, I'm sure this question's been asked by somebody on this council before, and that is, it looks like we're putting the cart in front of the horse. These people that are up here, they would like to know what's getting built there, but you're saying, we can't tell you that's a secret until we annex it to the city. That's kind of how it's looking to me, too. And that's what happened up in the Heights on Bitterroot. It's something that should come out, and it should be in the development agreement or whatever, what's going to be on there, what the zoning's going to be, so that people feel secure about either annexing it or not annexing it. And if we turn down the annexation, then it stalls everything out, and it's because there's too many questions that are unanswered. And I was going to vote for annexation, but I don't think I'm going to, just because of that reason. There's too many questions unanswered. Listen to these people that live around there, and I've been on Jackson Street. I know what it's like. So that's it's a I don't know. Can we get something changed to make that happen, to where we can get a development agreement along with the annexation in one big step?
Yeah, Councilmember Ewalt, I mean, I agree. I mean, the points that you raise are very important ones. We tried to provide a bit of an overview before this, trying to help give the big picture, which unfortunately is clearly, not enough for this property. And we will continue to see in the future zone changes accompany annexations. And so clearly we do need to figure out a solution for that. We've got some ideas that hopefully, we'll have worked out by the next time that this situation arises. So noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Yakwich.
Well, I appreciate what Councilman Ewalt said. Thank you. And, Monica, part of it is, and forgive me, it's more philosophical. It's just that we have a property that is in an area that potentially has a lot of hope for redevelopment, but also we have an area that really needs a lot more investment in Jasmine and that other area where there is a lot of crime, a lot of issues. And I'm always in a quandary that how can we do better public relations before we do the annexation? So that when this comes before us, it's a consternation that I would side with Mr. Ewalt and not support this because we're not finding some common ground beforehand. So, and I don't know how we can get around that. Do you have a comment or two?
I do have a comment or two. I might even ask Wyeth if he wants to add to it, but we do a couple of things. One, all zone changes require a pre-application meeting with the neighborhood to hopefully inform them of what's happening before it ever gets to the zoning commission and before it ever gets to city council. So that is a part of the code. When we did recode, we even expanded that requirement to other zoning applications like special reviews and things like that. So, you know, there is that upfront requirement to have that neighborhood meeting prior to even submitting. Further, I don't know if Wyeth has insight on anything specifically related to the Suburra and the things that they're doing, since, you know, this is an effort to expand the district that included property owner outreach. Those would be my two comments.
Okay, Council, is there a motion on this item? Councilmember Joy?
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 21-03 as recommended by staff.
Is there a second? Councilmember Shaw. Okay, now we have a motion to actually debate. Council, this is to you. Councilmember Joy and Shaw, do you have anything on your motion? And then Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Gosh, these things get really hard. There's one part about this that's really hard. The only way I think that there can be some real momentum to make some changes is if this property is in the city. I do not believe that it continuing to be in the county, you will be able to have an owner that is willing to invest to make some positive changes. Thank you.
Councilor Shaw.
Thank you. I want to echo it. This is hard, and I so appreciate everyone who showed up today and commented, and we're very empathetic. The goal is not to make your lives or your neighborhood worse, right? The goal is to make it better. And when I hear this plan, you know, I think we have a real opportunity here. What I like about being able to, at the kind of this package deal as it was presented to us and expanding the ESPR is that there is a whole growth and strategy plan based around that area that they're already working on. So I like the idea of being able to plug these properties into that. We're not just saying, you know, go forth and do whatever you want. But I just wanted to respond quickly to one thing that I heard people say, which is, and we hear this a lot, which is that city council wants to do X or X, but this actually isn't coming from us. It comes from the developers that come forward and say, this is the project that we want to do. Can we do it within the confines of the city? So I think sometimes there's a miscommunication there, but I do think that that's really important. So this is why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Purington, and Ronnie.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have one question before I make a comment. Do you mind, Mayor?
Sure.
Wyeth, what type of code violations have been active on this property over the last year or so? Has there been anything? Because I hear some of the neighbors complaining that there's some kind of blight. I know the infill may be an issue, but what about the property itself? Has there been any kind of issues with that property?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I guess first, this is in the county, both of them, the property that's the subject of the annexation and the property that's going to be, that would be surrounded is in the county. And so in terms of code enforcement, it's county code enforcement. Right. And my understanding is that there's been some complaints and such, but not, the county regulations are not the same as the city. So there's limits on some of that in terms of there's some nuisance regulations. So I would say that, I mean, obviously the portion of the property that's petitioning for annexation is basically vacant. So I'm not aware there, but there's been some attention on that in that property that's in the middle.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
go ahead.
So, yeah, this is when you start talking about land uses for people and it's going to affect their lives and that. One of the things that concerns me about this is it was presented in an overall picture. Typically, when we look at annexation, I think of annexation that's coming to the city. It's going to bring additional development, taxes to the city as a whole. But what we're hearing is this is coming from the suburb. Suburb wants to bring this in, but that means the tax dollars are not going to come to the city. The tax dollars are going to be diverted into the suburb and not reach the rest of the city. So I have a little concerns about this. There's a whole lot of complicated things that talks about the basis and what happens when you bring new property in. So this property itself may not generate initially any new tax revenue until after it's developed, and there may be some additional that goes into the suburb. But I'm concerned over, why this is coming to us with all this other information. I would support the annexation knowing that it was coming into the city as a general, but as I read more about this, I'm not so sure I can support the annexation, thinking that there's ulterior motives that the developers may be looking to go. We're going to see a request from the suburb in a few months saying that now we want this kind of money out of the tax dollars to help develop this. And I think there's a cause to help parts of the neighborhood, but I don't think adding this property is going to add enough to that. So if there wasn't something with the fact that's coming to us with a request coming, we're going to see it in the suburb, I think I could support it, but I'm not so sure I can support this now, knowing that there's additional things they want only to come into the city if they can get into suburb, and I don't think that should be really a condition or even a request.
Councilmember Purington and Ronnie.
Thank you. One of the things that I was looking towards annexing into the city is that this is county land right now. The county has less stringent, if you will, requirements on vacant land. And so I think in bringing this into the city, that you would have the city requirements for what can be developed. I am also of the mind that with this being presented as part of a Suburra project, that same thing. I kind of feel like there's ulterior motives in that they're wanting to use TIF money to do something to probably assist in developing this property. And I'm not so sure that that's something that I would be in favor of. And I know going forward with the zone change, I know that's out of this realm, but I would probably be inclined to vote for annexation because I think that actually protects your property from county development, because Mr. Atkins could sell that property or he could do it himself, and whatever he decides to put in there, it may not be what you want either. So I would probably vote for the annexation, but I don't know that I would vote for any of the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Ronnie?
Thank you. These are hard. It's hard when you hear the public come up and hear the comments we have. And clearly, as a city and a city leadership, what I heard is that we're not doing a problem. We don't have problems with the city in general and making sure there's housing for people. What we're struggling with as city leadership is addressing crime. What you need is city leadership to address the crime that you're experiencing. Just because housing happens doesn't mean there's crime. It means you need city leadership that's willing to step forward and address the crime. I'm a little concerned that we're talking about annexation and asking for a private developer to come with a master plan when we just approved $17 million of the city and didn't ask for a master plan. That's really concerning to me. But this is about annexation into the city. We've heard that this is a property that wants to come into the S-Borough. The tools that municipalities have are to remove blight and increase tax value of that area And unless they're going to put a county TED there or some other type of county development that could improve the tax value of that area, the city is the one that can do that. My heart goes out to the neighborhood, and I hope that we can do better by you in addressing your crime issues. But I will be approving the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on the motion? Again, the motion is for approval. Any other comments on the motion? I'm sorry, Councilmember Puritan? Wyatt.
He wants.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, if I might, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on a couple things in terms of the conversation and some of the things that have been brought up. And I guess Councilmember Ronning, said it well in terms of there's clearly, we know there's crime issues in this area. We know there's code enforcement issues in this area. We are working on those issues on a regular basis. There's more tools potentially. There's other ways we can address it. But I think what's really concerning, and I've talked to one of the petitioners regarding the zone change, which again, we're not on right now. We haven't been able to get to that yet, but the concerns of kind of the connections that are being made are, I think, really concerning and unfortunate, because we're having connections made between any type of a certain kind of housing immediately means there's crime. And the reason that connection is made is because there's some housing in this area where there's a lot of crime. And unfortunately, that ties to the ownership and the property owners. And I talked to Councilmember Yakowicz, we discussed this a lot. We have owners of property in this city from single family houses that are a terrible code enforcement challenge to, commercial properties, to multifamily, and it's all because of the property ownership. It's not because it was a certain type of zoning or a certain type of development. And it is extremely frustrating for everyone involved, certainly the neighbors and the people who live around these properties more than anyone else, because they're dealing with it day to day. So I think that's a real challenge that we have to, and we are trying to work on, but we're not there yet. So I just want to mention that, because those are totally valid issues, but they're different than saying, well, we shouldn't zone to a residential zoning in an area, or we shouldn't annex a property where we have even more control if it's in the city because of those concerns. I think we have to figure out how to work through those challenges. So I wanted to mention that, and I also wanted to mention that there was a couple of comments about, not supporting this annexation because there's the potential for the owner or future owner to apply if it gets included in the urban renewal district for urban renewal funds. Yes, that is exactly the potential that can happen when properties are in the district. And actually, some of the things that were brought up by the neighbors regarding the dangerous, the ditch and the concerns about the ditch, traffic and concerns about kids on Jackson, those infrastructure improvements, sidewalk, curb and gutter, which are not on the east side of Jackson right now, the ditch, which is not covered and certainly would have to be addressed with the development, are the exact kind of things that district is able to help with if needed. Again, the developer has to do what the developer does, but those are all things that are exactly what the district is supposed to help with and try to address for the city. So just wanted to mention that, because it was clear that there's some concerns here that are exactly the type of things that you would address in a district. So anyway, just wanted to bring that up and make sure we got that out there as we're talking about it. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Wyatt. Final comments. We need to move to a vote on this. I'll just comment that what I'm looking for when there's neighborhood opposition to any of these land use issues is a rule or a principle that can be applied consistently to other landowners in other situations, not just how many people might come to the podium. In this case, I'm struggling to see what that rule is that is being proposed, except that on the south side, there shouldn't be any even potential of multifamily housing. That goes too far in my book. And so I just don't see that that's something that we can consistently apply. I just want to second Wyatt's comments about the TIF district. That was a head scratcher to me, because if this is not in the city, $0 come to the city to address these problems. If it is in the city but is not in the TIF district, then the city gets about 25% of the tax revenue, and that money goes throughout the city. If it is if it's in the city and in the TIF district, then 100% goes to that immediate area for the benefit of those neighbors. So from my perspective, one of the best things that could ever happen in that area is to get more money in that TIF district so they can benefit from their own tax dollars in their own neighborhood. Those are my comments. Anything else before we vote? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. I came in to this wanting to support it more, but I'm not going to support it. I appreciate what you said, and I appreciate what Mr. Friday said. I just think that we sometimes could do a better job conveying to the neighborhood what are the real issues and reassuring them that if TIF money comes into that area, it can be a plus rather than a negative. Because that doesn't happen at times, to me, it's frustrating, and it's frustrating to the people. And therefore, it's harder for me to support it. And maybe it's just a message that when we want to do things in a neighborhood, we have to try to do as good a job as we can, conveying to the neighbors and reassuring them that this will be a plus rather than a negative. And I think we didn't achieve that. And that's why I just don't feel confident or good to support it, simply. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comments. Councilmember Tricky.
I do think that we need to keep it very clear in our minds that this is a multi-step process for a number of different reasons, because there are different outcomes at each of these different steps. Whether or not this should be a dense housing or not is what we talk about when zoning comes along. Honestly, in my mind, I do not think that there is any potential downside to this part of this area being brought into the county. If you sit there and you look at that neighborhood,
into the county.
Into the city and out of the county. I live in that area, and one of the most frustrating things about developing in that area is because of how much of a checkerboard it is. The more of the stuff that can be brought into the city and be developed under city rules in that area, I think is going to be a big plus to the neighborhood, instead of just allowing county rules and county zoning rules to operate on half of the properties that are out there. So I definitely am for bringing this property into the city.
Thank you. Anything else before we vote? Councilor Brown.
Sorry, I just had to have my turn, I guess. You know, the issue that I've got is I think every developer out there that has the opportunity to use the TIF, to use any other available funding source makes sense to me. That's what it's there for. If we don't like it, get rid of the TIF. If we don't like it, get rid of the other funding sources, but don't knock people for trying to use those sources. I mean, that just bewilders me and always has. If we don't like it, get rid of it. You know, the other comment that I'd make is the more properties that we get into the TIF, the more money's available to address that crime. And I can't agree more than I ever have with Penny on that. They got a crime issue over there, not a zoning issue. And man, I couldn't agree more. But by all means, I think we need to expand the TIF in this area. I think that money needs to be available to try to address that type of stuff. So I absolutely will support this annexation.
Thank you. Any other final comments? Not seeing any hands, so we will proceed to a vote. The motion again, Councilmember Joy, second by Councilmember Shaw, or maybe we get that, yeah, is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation on the annexation issue, item number 5, previous item number 4. Motion is clear. If voting in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If voting in opposition, say nay.
Nay.
We'll do a hand vote. We'll just start down at that end if we can. Councilmember Shaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Yakovich.
No.
And I guess I'm stealing your job, Tony. You want to call the roll?
Don't let him take your money.
Shaw.
Aye.
Yakovich.
No.
Neese.
No.
Ewalt.
No.
Joy.
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Chariki.
Aye.
Parrington.
Aye.
Ronning.
Aye.
Poyet. Brown.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much on annexation. Next item up is 5A, former 4A, the development agreement. There is no public hearing on this item. Staff, do you have any further presentation on the development item? And Monica, again, just give us a sentence or two of what this item is.
I was just going to say no further questions, but myself or Debbie are here, and the highlighted language that I think is relevant to pay attention to are the widening of the right-of-way, the extension of water and sewer lines that are highlighted on the slide.
Okay, any questions for Monica on the development agreement? Okay, is there a motion relating to this, the development agreement? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. I move to approve the development agreement with Jason D. Adkins as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Shaw. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if Jason Atkins could come forward. There's been discussion about the type of housing.
Right.
Okay. Tell me what you want to build.
Well, we have some nice drawings and renderings here that I don't think we've gotten to, and I'm assuming that Wyeth is going to show. We actually commissioned a architect who lives on Jackson, because it was important to me, being from that area, that we had input from somebody who actually lives in that area. And what we came up with was a proposal that is, look, if we could do 100% single-family housing, that's what we will do. The issue that we do have is, there's a financial consideration to make here. These cannot be really expensive high-end homes, but they need to be nice. They need to be, consistent with families. And we're in no way looking to build rental properties out on that street. I understand what some of the people that have raised their consideration, because I would. I went over and actually knocked on a couple doors, and I only got one person to talk to me, but I went around the neighborhood to try to show my drawings and show what we've done. We did commission an architect, like I said, who lives on Jackson. It's a nice development that what we're putting in there. So the majority is single-family homes. We may have to put more, and I wouldn't even call them fourplexes, a bit more across King Avenue East. Actually, there are some. They're almost like almost like condominiums or townhome type of a situation, but they are meant to be owner occupied. They're not meant to be rentals. And I understand the concern, but I think it's more likely that some of these houses in some of these other areas on Jansma and Murphy and some of these other places could become rentals before these properties will become rentals. This is what we think is a new and exciting project for the area. You bet.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other discussion now on the motion? Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ewald.
When do we do the zoning part of it?
When we get to it, which is item number 10, I believe. Yep.
Old number 10.
Old number 10, new number 11.
So we leave this property altogether and then we come back into zoning on it.
Exactly, yep. Any other discussions on the motion? Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so the motion is for approval of the proposed development agreement. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
No.
Motion passes. I believe everybody was in favor with the exception of Council members Yakowicz and Ewald. Okay, thank you very much. Next item up, old item 5, new number 6. Tony, would you read that item?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 1 to include recently annexed property in annexation 21-03, a parcel located north of King Avenue East and east of Jackson Street, legally described as Tract B2 of amended Tract B of Certificate of Survey Number 2367M, totaling approximately 3.574 gross and 3.522 net acres. Jason D. Adkins, petitioner. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Monica, please explain this item.
Yes, Mayor and Council, before you, this is a required item that is associated with all annexations. When property comes into the city, it must be assigned to a city ward. So the ordinance does require that a hearing be held. And in this case, this property would be annexed into Ward 1. And so I don't give presentations typically on these items, so I will answer any clarifying questions, or if you think there's something that I need to better explain for the public, I'm happy to do so. But it's cleaning up to make sure that the property is able to vote in city elections and has a proper ward associated with it.
Thank you. Any questions for Monica, or is there a motion?
Oh, you got to have a hearing.
Oh, thank you. Yes, exactly. Any questions before we open a public hearing? Don't see any. So for members of the public, this is just changing the map to assign property. If that development agreement is signed and the annexation becomes effective, it has to go into some ward, which in this case, I guess, would be Ward 1. So that's what this is about. If you'd like to be heard on that item, please come forward and be heard. Any public comment on expanding the boundaries of Ward 1? Seeing none, public hearing then is closed, and we'll look to council. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 1 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Joy. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
No.
Councilmember Yakwich voted nay. I believe that was the only one. Correct? Correct. Okay, so next item up, old item 6, new item 7. We'll now move on to the former Driscoll property, or now the Torgerson's property. Tony, would you read old item 6, new item 7?
Public hearing and resolution for annexation 21-04, a parcel located at 3508 South Frontage. Torgerson's Real Estate Holdings LLC petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Monica.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this is for the Torgerson Real Estate Holding property. This is a 35.94 acre parcel of land that's presently zoned agricultural open space. It is proposed to be heavy commercial. Torgerson's is a local implement dealer, which does intend to develop on the property. As far as the annexation, the only thing that I wanted to point out to you from the previous slide that you saw was specific language related to the development agreement that does talk about the multi-use trail. I just wanted to point out that as a condition of approval, requiring that development agreement does take care of some of those past concerns or previous efforts that happened with the YRPA, excuse me. Staff has found that the 5 criteria for annexation have been met. And with that, recommendation of conditional approval. And if you have any questions specifically, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Monica before we go to a public hearing on this item? Don't see any. Thank you. So this is another public hearing, this time on annexation 2104, old item 6, the former Driscoll property now owned by Torgerson's, annexation of that property. If you'd like to be heard, please come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Just ask that you give us your name and address up front. Any public comment on item number former 6, new item 7? Mr. Robertson.
Matt Robertson, 542 Park Avenue. I'm a owner of NAI Business Properties. I represent Torgerson Real Estate Holdings in this annexation. If you have any questions, I'm available for answers.
What are you going to do with your property?
What's that?
What are you going to do with your property?
It's going to be, we've actually got a lot of big plans for this property. It's going to be a full redevelopment along with Torgerson's and another group developing industrial distribution. So it should be fun.
Okay. Question, Councilmember Yakovich and Neese?
No question.
Oh, no questions. Any questions for Mr. Robertson? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you currently have a facility here in Billings? Is that correct?
So I represent Brian Torgerson, who owns
Does he
Torgerson.
currently have a facility here in
Yes,
Billings?
sir.
And do you know, is that located in Saburo now?
It is, yes.
Okay, and do you know what his plans are for that facility once he leaves that?
At this point, we don't have concrete plans, either redevelopment or selling that property to another user.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Yakovich.
Yes, Your Honor, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 2104 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Brown? Motion's made, seconded. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Purington?
I just have a question, Monica. I don't have it in front of me, but it was the development agreement, and maybe I need to wait to ask the question. But there was part of that included the multi-use trail. But where does that go?
Sure. The developer is responsible for constructing a multi-use path along the frontage road. So they'll be constructing that and maintaining it. The other parts that are related to trails are just easements that are being given to the city along the southern portion of the property and the west part of the property.
But where do they go?
Riverfront Park is a main connection there. And the sidewalk requirement or the shared use requirement along the frontage is a site development requirement of the site development regulations. So that will be along its frontage.
I can just point out on the map, if you'd like, just
please
follow up. Well, Monica's correct in terms of this is the Torgerson property right here. So as she explained, first of all, along the frontage road, all the properties here would be, it's an arterial, so they'd be constructing a multi-use pathway along the south side of the road. So that would be, the Torgerson piece would do that. And then the easement that she was referring to, one of them comes along the property here, along the river side of the property. There's already an easement for a trail on the Compton property here, so that's all working to connect over to the sugar factory property that's already got also an access easement for trail. And then if you go back this way, Washington Street comes down, Riverfront Park is right here, so that's basically creating a corridor along there, and that's what that easement would do. And then the last piece that she had referenced was an easement along the west side, which actually gets you from Riverfront Park up to the frontage road to connect with that path. So those are the pieces in there. This is all part of a past trail feasibility study that was completed and identified multiple routes through this area to have trails along the river.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? We proceed to a vote. Any other discussion? Councilmember Deans.
I'll support this motion. I agree that we should bring some more land like this into the city for tax dollars, but I hesitate again that it's coming to us in a request for Sabura dollars later on. So, but I will support the motion to annex at this time.
Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval, old item number 5, new item number 6. I'm sorry, old item number 6, new item number 7, annexation 2104. If in favor of the motion, please. I think we had it enclosed, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we'll proceed to the vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Bring us then to old item 6A, new item 7A, the development agreement on this property. Monica, any other comments concerning the development agreement? She says no. So if are there any questions for Monica? There is no public hearing on this or discussion or motion. Councilmember Yakovich.
I move to approve the development agreement with Torgenson's Real Estate Holdings LLC as recommended by staff.
Motions for approval. Councilmember Boyette, second. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I addressed this with Debbie in an email regarding the condition number 3, water. This development agreement seems to fail to include the addition of, like it does on the Atkins property development agreement, the city water system development fee prior to the issuance of any building permits. It looks like that was dropped off the template, so I would recommend that maybe you can amend the motion to have the staff fix that before it's out to the developer.
Is that point clear to staff, what's being requested? Do you want to be any more specific about the exact language based on the Atkins agreement? Which paragraph, do you know in the?
Item number 3.
So paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3 in the Atkins development agreement.
We do have the new agreement. Staff does, with that paragraph included.
Oh, so they did adjust the,
Yes.
okay.
I always knew the voice of God was female. Always knew.
Okay, so the point is that it is in the development agreement?
Well, the copies I was given does not have it in there, and Debbie confirmed that it didn't have it in there today when I emailed her. So as long as it's the new agreement has it in it's in the Atkins ones, but it's not in this one we're voting on now. So I just would make sure that we include that.
Lost everything.
Okay, does anybody know on staff, Debbie, or who is involved with that issue, has that been changed?
We can certainly change that in there. A condition of connecting to water is you have to pay the SDF, so it's not necessary to be in there. We'll probably take it out of future templates, but we can certainly add it to this one, and we'll send that out tomorrow.
Okay, why is it not necessary to be in the agreement?
Because when you connect to water and sewer, our rules and regs already call out that you have to pay a system development fee per the rates and the resolutions of the city.
Okay, so it's just a requirement of existing policy.
So the Atkins one didn't need to be in the Atkins one.
It doesn't need to be in there. In future templates, we'll take that out.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll withdraw.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval, item 6A, the Torgerson Development Agreement. Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That then brings us to former item 7, now 8. Tony, would you read former item 7?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 to include recently annexed property in annexation 21-04, a parcel located south of the South Frontage Road and north of the city-county drain, legally described as fractions of government lots 2 and 3, section 15 T1SR26E PMM, totaling approximately 35.94 acres. Torgerson's Real Estate Holdings LLC petitioner. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Mayor and council, just a quick sentence. This particular property would be a part of City Ward 3. Again, this is just standard to clear up, making sure that the property has a city assigned ward.
Thank you. Are there questions or a motion? I'm sorry, public hearing. We do have to open for public hearing. Any questions before public hearing? Don't see any. So if you'd like to comment on adding this property to Ward 3, please come forward. Any public comment? Don't see any. So we'll proceed. Is there a motion? Councilmember Joy.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Don't see any, so we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to the city's property, annexation 2105. Tony, would you read former item 8, new item 9?
Public hearing and resolution for annexation 21-05, a parcel located at 6014 South Billings Boulevard. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to public hearing if there are not questions. Are there any, or Monica, any comments on this annexation? Just remind us what property it is, I guess.
Sure. Yep. This is the city-owned property of which the council on May 10th voted on a resolution of intent to annex this property. So that was the first step in order to even be able to consider this in the first place. You will need to have a public hearing for this. As I noted earlier, there is not a development agreement or a waiver, considering this is city-owned property and will be developed in accordance. And if there are subsequent developments, we can handle those situations at that time. I will just say, as a short note, at this time, there are only short-term plans for a public works solid waste building, of which you heard a little bit about earlier in the consent agenda. And then also, there will be a master planning effort to make sure that the property is then fitting in with the BOC property to the north. So it is appropriate to have this in the city. City-controlled property, should be able to have access to city services. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Monica? Don't see Councilmember Brown.
Monica, just to be clear, this property is included in the Sabura expansion as well, right?
Yes, Councilmember Brown, correct.
Okay, no other questions. We'll open up for public hearing. If you'd like to be heard on annexation 2105, item 8 on your agenda, please come forward to the podium. Is there any public comment on annexation 2105? Don't see any. So we'll close the public hearing on that item. Back to council. Council, any motion? Councilmember Yakovich.
Yes, Your Honor, and Council, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 2105 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Thank you very much. Second, I heard Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? We'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which is for approval consistent with staff recommendation, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Brings us then to new item 10, old item 9. Tony, would you read that dealing with expanding the boundaries of Ward 3?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 to include recently annexed property in annexation 21-05, a parcel located at 6014 South Billings Boulevard, legally described as a tract of land situated in the southeast quarter of Section 17 and the northwest quarter and the southwest quarter of Section 16. T1S R26E PMM totaling approximately 22.90 gross acres. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Council, I assume you understand what's going on here. Are there any questions for staff before we move to a public hearing? Councilmember Purington?
Yeah, Monica, why would this city property need to be part of a ward when there's no voting that goes on there, no one lives there?
Because the map doesn't have holes in it. It's just like how all of our, any taxable or tax ID, it's all associated with a ward. So even though we won't have someone from the city casting a vote, in the event it were to ever be sold, that part is already handled. So it's really important to take care of it up front.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Don't see any. This is an opportunity for public hearing. If you'd like to be heard on expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 on this property, item number new 10, old 9, please come forward. Is there any public comment on old item 9? Don't see any, so public hearing is closed. Council, how would you like to proceed? Is there a motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Sure. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion. Don't see any. We'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion for approval, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Tony, would you, now we are on the zone change 993, dealing back with the Adkins property. Tony, would you read old item 10, which is now new item 11?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 993, a zone change from A, agriculture, to CX, heavy commercial, generally located at 3508 South Frontage Road. A zone change from RR1, rural residential, 1 to NX1, mixed residential 1 and N2, mid-century neighborhood generally located on Jackson Street. A zone change from A, agriculture, to P2, public 2, generally located at 6014 South Billings Boulevard. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Wyeth, before we go to your presentation, I think Councilmember Neese has a question or point.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to separate these two items out.
Correct. We have a valid protest here, so I'm assuming that Wyeth is going to kind of comment on that. So,
Yeah, correct. Mayor and Council, I'll talk about that here in just a minute.
So, Councilmember Neese, if we could just kind of hold off, we'll see how that's addressed by staff. But thank you for calling our attention to that. Go ahead. Wyeth?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is the zone change 993 that has 3 properties included in it, all that are properties that are part of the South Billings Boulevard urban renewal expansion. And so after being annexed into the city, they have to be zoned with city zoning to then be in the city and then ultimately be in the district. So the Zoning Commission reviewed this application package with these 3 properties, and I'll walk through each one of them here in just a moment. The commission in its review and findings found that the zone change met the requirements of our growth policy, the urban renewal plan for the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District, as well as the master plan that accompanies that looks at types of development and uses and such within the district itself. It'll allow the property owners to develop to city standard with city zoning in the city. And as I'll talk about a little bit, there's compatibility with the proposed zoning districts regarding the adjacent properties. So the first one is the one that was discussed at length during the annexation process a little bit earlier, which is the Adkins property. Again, right here in this area, Jackson Street and King Avenue East. And the proposed zoning for this property is two districts. The southern portion, right at the intersection of Jackson Street and King Avenue East, would be an NX1 proposed zoning, which is a residential zoning. It allows up to 4 attached units, housing units, but can go down from there, 3, 2, 1. And that is this area right here, and you can see the line. Basically, this is that property that's not part of the annexation, so this area would be NX1. You can see at this intersection, we have NX2 across the street right now, and I think Mr. Atkins referred to the properties over here that are multifamily condo type properties. We have the NX2 across over here. Again, those are even a little bit higher density allowances for attached units compared to the NX1. We have a mixed neighborhood mixed use where there's a convenience store over in this corner, and then residential manufactured home zoning in this area. The northern portion of the property, the larger piece, which is here, is proposed for N2 proposed zoning. That's a residential zoning also, and that allows 1 and 2 family units only. That is what is across the street over here in this area that's already developed at N2. There's some more down over here as well. So the proposed zoning is really designed and specifically to fit in with both the intersection and the other types of uses right at that busy intersection, as well as the residential that's existing right across Jackson in that area and to the south. As you can see also on the map there, we do have other county zoning in this area because it's still county property, the RR1s you see here. And then we have some city N4, or excuse me, county also N4, which is a large lot rural type residential zoning too. This zone change, go to the next slide. So show you a couple pictures as well. This is the subject property right here. Here is Jackson coming into King Avenue East, running here. You can see King Avenue East going to the east right there. Subject property, this is the infill, the property, the inholding that's not part of the annexation and zone change right there. And then this is looking across the property, basically from kind of standing in this area, looking up Jackson, so you can see some of the existing N2 development across the street in that area, and then the vacant property right here. This property, as we noted and as you received from the city clerk, did receive a valid protest petition from the neighboring properties. It met the minimum requirements. There are 30 properties within 150 feet of this property, and the minimum is 8 property owners must petition to make it a valid protest, and that is what we had. We received 8 within that, those 30 within the area. You did hear one of the members of the public state that there was additional people that signed the petition. That's correct, but they were not within the valid protest area. They were just within, a larger area of the neighborhood. So because of that valid protest, this piece of the zone change, this property does require council having a 2/3 majority vote to move that zone change, or that zone change forward. So well, let me keep going and I'll hit on that more. I just wanted to mention that, and this was talked about already quite a bit, so I'll try to move through it quickly, but the concerns that you see in that petition are, the petitioners are against subsidized and multifamily housing kind of just generally, and also that the crime concerns, which we've already talked about. Those are really the 2 things that were identified in here. And you've already heard from the owner about what's proposed to be developed with single and 2 family, and then potentially some up to 4 unit buildings at that intersection area where the NX1 is. Again, we're in that situation where the development, we have other properties in this area where the ownership is a concern with the issues that we're having with lack of maintenance and crime and stuff like that. But anyway, the idea is that those zoning districts really do fit in very closely with what's in this area already. This was, Mr. Atkins referenced an architectural drawing that he had completed. This is the example that he provided. Again, a possible development scenario. Here again is here is King Avenue East, and here's Jackson. And here's, you're seeing like that a little bit higher density units here, and then you're seeing the single and 2 family developments back there. So that is a concept that he has worked up, and he can certainly speak to that during further after the presentation. But just to give you a sense of what that could look like. So we'll move to the Torgerson property down on the south frontage road. Again, subject property, the proposal there is to go from it's agriculturally zoned now in the county to heavy commercial zoning, which is what you have already on the property that's in the city to the east and on the property that's in the city to the west in this area, and matches up with the development and all that's happening in that area along the frontage road. And that's a 36 acre approximately property that's proposed for that zoning. A couple of pictures. This is looking down. This is down to the old Driscoll Homestead area down here. The river is down here, so you're looking south and west across the property. And then this is looking west from the frontage road. And actually, you're looking across the Torgerson property, and you're looking at some of the Hogan property that's also part of the proposal for inclusion in the district right there. We'll go to the city property, which you just act on the annexation for. That's the piece right here. That's proposed for P2, which is a public zoning for public type uses. Matches up with what's already zoned P2, which is the Billings Operations Center, where we've got all of our a variety of city operations in place. So this would be similar to that type of zoning to match up with what city services and development might occur on that property in the future. couple of pictures. There's an existing house on the city property right now that will eventually be demolished. And then this is actually behind that, looking further to the west. So you can see kind of this area. There's some of this current operations center facilities over on the right-hand side, but that's that property as well. So basically, to the issue of with the protest, so the city council's needs to conduct a public hearing for the zone change, which is already clearly that's what you do for zone changes now. But then there'll need to be two votes, a vote for the Torgerson and city properties, because those two are not under a protest and they can be voted on like normal for a zone change, and then a vote for the Atkins property separately due to the valid protest to be able to address that 2/3 majority vote. And so what we've also done then since with the protest, you have a combined ordinance that was attached to your memo, but we've now developed two ordinances, one with the Torgerson and city properties and one with just the Atkins one. And so based on that, with the outcome tonight, when the mayor gets to that point with signing documents, those will be separate because they will have been voted on separately. And we've coordinated that with the city clerk's office. I believe, yes, that is my last slide on the zone change. So I'd be happy to try and answer any questions. As I said, the applicants are here, as you've heard from some of them already tonight, and we can
Thank you, Wyeth. We will go to a public hearing in a minute, but are there questions for Wyeth before we do so? One, Wyeth, I assume it doesn't matter the order, whether we deal with Atkins first or Torgerson and City first, as far as you're concerned. Okay.
Correct. No.
Okay, questions. Councilor Boyette, Councilor Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Neese brought up something a little while ago. What would happen now that this property is now, the Atkins is now in the city limits? What happens if we don't vote for the zoning? Is there a default that this would end up with? Apparently, we don't have a default.
The Councilmember Boyette, Mayor and Council. What would happen is we would have to come back. There is a process regarding staff making a recommendation based on the most appropriate zoning for an area. We would have to come back with that. I guess the irony is that the recommendation you have right now is staff's and the zoning commission's recommendation for the most appropriate zoning. So, but that's what would happen. We'd be back making that recommendation potentially to you to complete the zoning, because it would have to be identified. And that's part of I guess, and Monica talked about this a little bit, I think the whole idea here is that having default zonings in the past, that has had its own hazards, because it was really just one, and that one zoning didn't always work as a good default in places where that might occur. So it really wasn't a good solution either to just have like a one zoning it falls on. It really is better to have it go to looking at the area and saying what's the most appropriate zoning for that area. Obviously, that's what happens, or you expect to happen through a zoning process anyway, but that's kind of where we end up. So I guess she said, we can talk about that further regarding the new code, but I think we had some challenges with that just as one default when it wasn't always a good default for property owners either.
Thank you. And Councilor Purington, we'll turn to you, but just a quick clarification on that exact issue, Wyeth. Another alternative is the annexation is never completed, correct? In other words, annexation has not occurred. The annexation is contingent on the developer signing the development agreement. If the developer does not want to sign the development agreement, there is no development agreement, there is no annexation. So that would be another possibility. The developer just can walk away and stay in the county, I suppose.
Councilmember, or Mayor and Council, I suppose based on the execution that's technically correct. Everything has been approved, including the development agreement tonight by the council, and the developer also approved of that agreement, but it hasn't actually been signed.
Yeah, and there's no slavery. He doesn't have to sign it if he doesn't want to, I suppose. Councilmember Purington.
So I've got a couple of questions. One is it's regarding Mr. Atkins's property, and on the slide that you had of his rendering of what this would look like. So this right here, I am assuming where the mess of trees would be, is that where the other property is right now?
It is. And
Mr. Atkins, would you come to the microphone that way that anybody watching will actually be able to hear you?
so there have been conversations with the I can't say it's the owner because the owner of the property has been deceased since 2014. The property has not gone through probate. Supposedly, the son lives there. I've had a reasonably good dialogue with him over this period of time. He's indicated to me several times, most recently in May, that he would like me to acquire that property. That would be in the plan. However, what I wanted to be able to show council was that even if we were not able to come to an agreement on this, we could make that area significantly better. And I don't think anyone that even protested the property that's here tonight would be against that property going away, that inholding, because it is severe blight. And we've had some problems in there. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you. And so, Mr. Mayor, I have one more question, and this is regarding the Torgerson property, and Wythe, you can address this, I'm sure. So you showed one of the photos where it is adjacent to there it is, to the South Frontage Road. So South Frontage Road, because I'll go up and down that quite a bit, I think it's about 60 miles an hour, maybe. So I'm just wondering, where is that path that you're talking about? How far is it from the road?
So Councilmember Purinton, Mayor and Council, and I actually, I don't know exactly what the speed limit currently is there. When you're in the city, it does come down from the highway speed. But this is the South Frontage Road. Basically, what will happen with these properties developing all the way back to properties to the west here is you'll have basically a arterial cross-section, city standard cross-section, with the south side having curb gutter and then a boulevard and then the multi-use path, just like you would see on Shiloh Road where the path is adjacent, or Grand Avenue out there past 32nd. So it'll look like that. I don't know exactly. I mean, there's a lot of right-of-way here. Maybe Debbie would be able to tell you a little better, but the pathway would be along here, but separated, and then this would be improved to a city standard along there, which is good. I mean, this entire area would be done, because really the other side of this is the MDT right away for Interstate 90. That's not ever going to get improved potentially to a nice city standard. So at least being able to have the whole south side be built to city standard is an advantage that we haven't had to this point. But that's what you'll see happen, and that would also, the speed limit in the city would get adjusted, but I don't know to the details of that.
Is the South Frontage Road is part of the city? I thought it was still part of MDT.
It'll be annexed, with the annexation, we have to take in the right-of-way, so that area, this will be getting annexed, and I think some of it already is annexed. I'd have to look at the maps because there was some past annexation in this area, but yeah, it will end up in the city along there as well.
The South Frontage Road?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
And then the South Frontage Road going on the north side of it to the interstate would be MDT?
Correct, and some of that may be, yeah, so right, so the whole thing, it'll still be MDT on the north side, their right-of-way, their property, but it'll be all in the city after it's annexed, even if it's MDT right-of-way. And we have that, if you go down to the South Billings Boulevard interchange, we annexed a whole bunch of that quite a few years ago. That's still MDT right-of-way, but it's all now in the city.
So just one more follow-up. So back to your photo of all of the properties that are going to be annexed and...
Oh, yeah, the map.
Maybe that one? No, the one that's further out. No, that's it. So all of those properties right now are in the city, except that one little piece, the white piece. Is that correct?
Councilmember Purinton and Mayor and Council, now with the actions you did tonight, you're annexing this piece. This is already, okay, so this is already in the city.
Right.
This is annexed now into the city. This is already in the city. This is annexed in the city, right, except for the little piece. And now this is annexed into the city.
Okay, so, no, I'm just talking about, my point is that to have this multi-use path along the frontage road, and it doesn't go anywhere. It'll go up to the parts where these properties have been annexed, and if there's other properties along that south frontage road that are county properties, then there's going to be a break. Is that correct? Am I saying that correctly?
Councilmember Purinton, Mayor and Council, correct. In the short term, there's going to be some gaps, but that's, I guess, how we end up gradually getting the whole thing connected together. So like this is in the city, so you'd end up with this whole segment being improved. And then actually, if you go further up this way on Garden Avenue, we have share the road signs for both bikes and vehicles because of how narrow that is, but that's already been signed. So the idea is that you're gradually connecting the whole thing together, and people can travel up and down. One of the things that's important with even having these parts, completed in the short term is that with the connection at Washington Street to Riverfront Park, if you're over here in this development or you're over here and this is completed, you can, sorry about that, I'm having a hard time with the clicker. You could come up on the multi-use path, come down, hit the connection here and get into the park this way right away and not be out trying to walk along the frontage road the way it is now. So it starts to provide benefit pretty quickly, but correct, there's pieces that would have to get filled in.
And Wyeth, here I might just comment that this is a critical element of the Marathon Loop Trail, the 26-mile loop around the city, but it's one of the missing elements. This would be a great addition, and to get to the Western Sugar property, I was involved for several years in negotiating that agreement. Is going to be a future amazing resource, but once you get north of the sugar factory property, not where the factory is, but the Clark's Crossing, it is going to be very difficult because it's county and Garden Avenue. The plan is to put traffic onto bikers anyway onto Garden Avenue. It's not perfect, but hopefully we'll be able to figure a way through there. All this is addressed in the Alta study of about 6 years ago. That was a $50,000 study paid for by the Billings Chamber of Commerce that goes into all those properties in detail. Okay, where are we at? So we've got county presentation, or we've got our staff presentation, but we have not had a public hearing yet. Further questions for staff? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Wyeth, I'm curious about the process, since this is zone change 993, I think it was. So when they publicized, or they did the public signs on all the different properties, they all referenced zone 993. And so if we're going to vote to approve, I think the recommendation was to approve vote zone change 993. But how now are we going to separate this out? Because there's, there's a protest in one, and the other two are not protested. It seems unusual that we're actually seeing 3 zone changes, 3 different properties all at one time. Is that? I don't think I remember ever doing that before. Is this something that we can expect more of than from the city to say, hey, we're going to kind of group all these together and vote them all at one time?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, it is somewhat unusual, and it's really just, it's tied to the process with the expansion of the district and with the annexations and all, because when these properties were petitioned then to annex, and then they were proposed to be included in the district, they all had to be zoned to be able to come into the city and then be included in the district. So that's why we combined them together and went through the process that way. So it's not something you're going to see regularly. However, we are, and after this evening, even further discussion about how do we, when we have a multifaceted application process coming like this, how do we best bring that to you and package it up and have it as kind of clear and linear as possible. So, but no, this is somewhat unusual because of the way this came forward together. I would say that, yeah, all the advertising included all the properties and the maps and everything. So everything showed what all was proposed to be included, and then the notifications went to the properties around each of those areas like we normally do. So I think in talking with the city clerk's office too, there's no issue with, as long as we have zone change 993, we have the properties described for that zone change, and we have either 1 or 2 ordinances in this case that go with it, that keeps the sort of chain of events together and is able to be checked in the future. You can look it up and you'd be able to understand what happened. So that's workable.
Okay, thank you very much.
A quick follow-up on that, please.
Okay, then we need to go to a public hearing. It's now after 10 o'clock.
When you had the hearings or the public meetings then, so did you have them all at once, or did you have them in different areas around the different properties?
So the zoning commission meeting was all one. There was this process. It was not under the new code, did not have the public, like individual public meetings. That it was actually because these properties petitioned to be annexed and requested to be included in the district. Basically the staff, the city initiated and said, okay, if that's what you want to do, you'll have to have these properties zoned. And so we're gonna have to go into the zoning process, identify the appropriate zoning, and go through that process. So it was slightly different based on the code than a normal zone change you would have, where you'd have like, a variety of property meetings. But then there's we did the additional notification for all the properties like you would do normally. So it's a little bit different.
Okay, thank you.
It is unusual. I mean, it's not something you're going to see, I don't think that often.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up for public hearing then. This public hearing will be on all three of these properties. So the Adkins property, the Torgerson property, and the city property. So if you'd like to be heard on the proposed zone change, 3 zone changes, please come forward. There will be separate votes on the Adkins property because there is what we call a valid protest, which requires 2/3 vote of the city council. So please come forward now if you'd like to be heard on any of the zone change for any of those 3 properties. And again, tell us your name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Gary Carter. I live at 4104 Jansma. I did receive a zone change letter for the Atkins zone change, and I'm really concerned about the multifamily zoning. I would prefer it would be single family, and that's my opinion. And I hope you go with single family zoning for the whole. I think there's 2 or 3 different parcels in there. It's going to be rezoned, so please go single family. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. And please go ahead and make a little line there.
I'm Dennis Mohm at 4102 Jansma, and my major concern is the multiple housing. And Mr. Atkins, is the first time we've ever seen any plot plan or anything except for the zone change. That we've never heard anything about what he's going to do with it or anything. So all of a sudden, he shows us a nice picture, but that in reality isn't there yet. It's still a concern. When you talk about crime, if you add 75 people on 6 acres, I think you probably have a good chance of increasing crime. I'm opposed to the zone change. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nora Mohm, 4102 Jansma. I'm opposing this zone change. I do not want multi-housing at all. Single housing, fine. Multi-housing, no. If you can change that in that proposal to an A1 or whatever the single is, do that, but don't make it more than one home. There's just too much traffic, too much crime in that area. We don't need it. Picture looks pretty, but it's going to change in 5 years, and you've got all those housing there, and it's going to get bad again, just like the apartments behind us. I would love for you guys to go down there and see what those apartments look like behind us. They're pretty sad, and I know you wouldn't want them in your neighborhood. So vote no.
Tom Lowe's, 4102 Stone Street. I'm adamantly opposed against the zone change because we don't want multifamily down there. But I don't know, I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours, and I agree with the councilman over here that say there needs to be a change in this process. From what I can see, you've already annexed it in, and even if it's disapproved, it's going to be the same anyway, from what the staff has said here. So anyway, I'm opposed to it.
Jason Adkins, would just like to again stress the fact that what they're talking about, there is nothing like what we're proposing on putting on that piece of property. We're looking for no different zoning than what's already adjacent to us and across the street from us. We feel like, we need to make this work financially. We can't say for sure that we can't put to just single-family homes, but it would be very difficult to make it work in talking to the builders that we've talked to. We think that we could put some condo-type situation that are owner-occupied. These are not what they're referring to. We're looking at something much nicer, something that enhances the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Any other public comment on this, the 3 proposed zone changes? Not seeing any, so we will close the public hearing. Back to council. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony. Sorry, there's so many on here tonight. I apologize. Can somebody tell me the names of the 2 that are not the one that's under the valid protest? It's the city-owned one and is Torgerson?
Correct.
Okay, I move to approve those 2, as recommended by staff.
Okay, the Torgerson and City property is the subject of this motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Okay, discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, we will move to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, is there a motion concerning the Atkins property? Councilmember Joy.
I move to approve, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria for zoning change 993 Atkins property, as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Boyette. Okay, discussion on the motion. Reminder that because there is a valid protest, we would need a supermajority vote or 2/3, which would be 8 council members. Councilmember Ewell.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the same issue pretty much that we did have up on Bitterroot and Hawthorne, where they wanted to make it N2, and N2 makes it available for all duplexes. And without having a development agreement exactly saying what's going to be on there, I sympathize with the people that live around there. This could all be multifamily with that type of zoning. If they would have went N3 on that north part, I could probably live with it, but I can't vote for it with the N2 and the X1. So.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Running.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've heard very clearly the concerns that the neighborhood has. As an elected official, I have to choose or not choose, but actually balance the needs of more than one person in our community. So although you could say, no, if it can't be single homes, that's the only thing that the neighborhood wants, then we're saying no to having housing in the middle of a pandemic where we know that housing prices have become exorbitant. We're saying no to the possibility that there will be people who will have housing available to them. We, as a city, do not get to decide everything. We do have zone changes, we have information, we have facts of finding, we have public testimony, but we actually cannot say how a developer will spend their money. We can only say yes or no. The City of Billings is not a landlord. We are not building housing for people who need housing. We don't do that. We have to rely on private investment to come forward and say, this is the kind of housing that I will build. If it doesn't pencil out for them, they don't build it. If they don't build it, the people in the city don't have somewhere to live. This is not an issue of whether or not this is a luxury. Housing is actually not a luxury. It's a human right. You can't be unhomed forever. So it comes down to very difficult choices. I can't tell the developer, make it work and sell homes that he can't sell. So it's unfortunate that we have to make these tough choices, but that's what we get the bucks for. That's why we got elected, to make the tough choices. And people can absolutely say, I don't like the choices you've made. So I have had many emails of people who were very upset by the things I've decided. Unfortunately, I have to weigh more than one person's needs. And there are more than one person's needs that are at stake in the decisions we have to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. So I will support the motion and promise the families that I will drive down there. I will absolutely go to those apartments. I will absolutely work with you on the crime that you are addressing. If there's one thing I've said in 3.5 years, it's that I am for public safety and I will fight for that crime to be reduced in your neighborhood. I'm happy to make a phone call to Lieutenant Woolley tomorrow to sign up for a ride along and have a police officer take me down there. I'm willing to go down there in my own car. So I promise you that I will do that and I will work with you to address that crime. I've been a renter most of my life. I've lived in condos, I've lived in apartments, and I'm so grateful and thankful that I had the opportunity to rent housing, and grateful and thankful I had the opportunity to have someone who believed in me as a renter. I wish every single family in the city of Billings earned $75,000 a year to be able to afford to buy a home. It's just not the reality of where we're at right now. We're at the reality where people are struggling to even pay rent, but that doesn't make them a criminal. So I'm grateful for developers that are willing to work with planned housing developments and planned unit developments and bring in different types of housing into areas. So there are multiple choices in those areas. But I do promise I'll work with those residents down there to help address that crime. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Council Member Parrington and Tricky? No? Councilmember, oh yeah. Parrington and Tricky.
Thank you. At this point, I too will support the motion for the zone change. And one of the reasons is because I think we have a willing developer that is familiar with this property, this area. He grew up in it, and I think that he will want the best for that property. And I just find it unfortunate that you've waited this long to address, I think knocking on 2 doors doesn't quite hit the majority of the people in that area. So I would hope that you will be a good neighbor to these people that have been there for many years, longer than you've been there, and to come to some sort of an amiable resolution to their concerns. I know that you yourself can't fight crime, I get that, but I also think that this newer development, I think that adds to what we as a city want for the South Side and for Jackson. And I understand the concerns on Jackson. We've addressed them time and time again. So anyway, I wish you well. I wish the people well that have been in that area for a long time, and that they too can come to be very much, very proud of the area that you develop.
Thank you. Councilor Tricky?
Yeah, Wyeth, is this neighborhood in the Southwest Corridor Task Force?
Councilmember Chiriki and Mayor and Council, yes, I believe that is correct. Southwest Corridor, yes, that's correct.
So whether this whether this goes through or not, I really strongly recommend, so the Southwest Corridor Task Force, the Southwest Corridor Task Force has been and is currently inactive, but it is one of the best tools that we have in this city for citizens to step up and take part in crime prevention and in protecting our neighborhoods and in protecting the investment in our neighborhoods. And I've been, and actually Councilmember Yakowicz as well, both of us have been trying to find some people to step up and take over the leadership of it and get it back up and going again. So talk to him, talk to myself, Councilmember Joy actually, and Shaw are all in the districts that cover that, and actually Director Wyeth as well. So think about stepping up and helping us get that task force back up and going again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Councilmember Brown.
Mayor, could I ask one question of Wyeth?
Please.
Wyeth, in this area, where is the closest area that now would qualify as an NX1? Is it across the street, 12 blocks up?
Council, let me get back to the map so I can be. So Councilmember Brown and Mayor and Council, you're asking about NX1. So basically what the reason you have NX2 adjacent, which is more intense. There was some staff concern about that, which is why the proposal was for NX1, which is more limited, only 4 units or less. So 1, 2, 3, 4 attached, and that's it. So actually, this is slightly less, it's less intense than what's allowed on these 2 properties now across the street. I'd have to pull up the other map to see where, in terms of an NX1 up north here, where that falls up Jackson. But I can check that if you'd like. But that's why this is less. There was concern about intensity, but there was also concern that right on this corner, single family wasn't probably very likely either. So it was like, where can we go without going too much more intense?
Yeah, and I recall that there was some pretty heavy development there across the street. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we move to a vote? And I'll just kind of make a little comment to Mr. Atkins, which is that you probably have something of a moral obligation here to make this project very nice, and we hope if this passes that you'll do that. And I would encourage you, if this zone change is approved, that you consider covenants so that you're not relying upon city enforcement for code enforcement or thing like that, but that the owners can police themselves through covenants, maybe even give covenant or grant your neighbors the ability to enforce those covenants would be a possibility. But we wish you good luck. If this passes, you're going to find it very difficult to develop anything for less than $250,000, probably closer to $350,000 in today's market. So if this passes. Going forward, anything else before we proceed to a vote? Okay, if in favor of the motion, which is for approval of the Atkins zone change, which again requires a 2/3 majority or 8 council members, please say aye. If it's unclear, we'll do a roll call vote. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
No.
I think we need the roll call. Let's start down at that end. Tony, would you start in Ward 5 and just work this way?
Brown.
Aye.
Poyet.
Aye.
Ronning.
Aye.
Purinton.
Aye.
Chariki.
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Joy.
Aye.
Ewalt.
No.
Neese.
No.
Yakowicz.
No.
Shaw.
Aye.
So by my count, the motion narrowly passes 8-3. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the public, for all your information. And yeah, absolutely. We'll take a quick break, and it's 10:22. We'll be back 10:30 or earlier to continue on hold item 11. If everyone will take a seat, we will begin.
It's just footnote on everything. Serve South fry for make us stay until 10:30.
Oh, we're going to have to go in order, take numbers. Are we done?
Welcome back, everybody. We left off at old item 11, new item number 12, Suburra boundaries. Tony, would you read that item?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance to expand the boundaries of the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District and adopt a modified urban renewal plan. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Wyeth has the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm actually going to just make some introductory comments, and then Jim Tevlin's going to walk through some of the slides here with me. But I'll start us off on this. So we've made it all the way to, what is it, 11 now 10 or 10 now 11 item? No, I don't, not 10 o'clock, not 11 o'clock at night yet, just the item number. So this is the final piece of the expansion process, where now you have the properties have been acted upon to be annexed into the city. Obviously there were properties that are already in the city that are part of the expansion, and then also the zoning pieces have been completed. And so expanding a district is relatively rare. Creating urban renewal districts has happened a lot across the state, and certainly we have the 3 here. But expanding a district after it's been in place for a while is not super common. We did one in 2015 for the East Billings district. That's the most recent time that was done here in Billings. Before this one, and a series of properties that were in the county at the far east end of that district were included. So just to understand that this is somewhat unusual when you get into an expansion process like this. To do this, you have to determine what your new boundary is, what properties are you going to include. You have to talk to those property owners and make sure they're informed. And in this case, obviously, we had interest from multiple property owners, but in some cases, you may be out talking to property owners if you're looking at a larger boundary expansion. You have to look at the conditions of the properties, the infrastructure situation, and see what would happen if properties are brought in and then eventually improved, what city infrastructure improvements would occur. They have to be included, as I said, in the city to be in the district. The urban renewal plan, so when this district was created back in 2008, an urban renewal plan was completed as per state law and adopted as part of that district when it was created. And then in 2019, we actually amended the urban renewal plan for this district not to change the boundaries or add properties, but to more clearly define what could be qualified for projects and types of like focusing on public improvements, focusing on public safety. We made some amendments to that language to basically make sure that if we wanted to, let's say, bond for a project, which we did for the new evidence facility, that we could make sure that it aligned correctly with what the urban renewal plan stated. So we made that change. You have to, in this case tonight, with this expansion, the urban renewal plan has also been amended, and that's attached to the memo where those updates were made. That's got to be done. Planning board has to make its determination about conformance with the growth policy. Planning board did that. That's included tonight as well. The council passed its resolution of intent to expand the district back on May 10th, which then brought us to setting the hearing date for this evening, doing all the notification process, both legal notices to the general public, and then also notices specifically to each of the property owners that are included in this expansion. A letter is sent that tells them what's proposed, when the hearing is, et cetera. So that all has to occur as well. You actually also now, a few years ago, the law was amended. You have to notify the school district and the county commissioners that if you're either creating a new district or expanding it, and make sure they're able to, if they wanted to come tonight and speak, that was possible. So we sent letters to Mr. Upham and to the county commissioners as well to let them know that this was happening. The council then conducts the public hearing this evening. If it's approved then on that first reading of the ordinance, then we have, just like any other ordinance, there'll be a second reading that will come to you at the subsequent meeting. And then if that's approved, it's effective 30 days after that. So basically, if everything moves on through with this process, by the end of August, the expansion of the district would be complete, and those properties, everything would be recognized to be included in those district boundaries. The last piece that will happen that doesn't involve the council directly is that we have to formally inform DOR at the state level that the district has been changed, and they would then set 2021 as the base year for the properties that have been included. And then those will track from that point forward in terms of as property value increases, that value, added value gets included. So that's the last piece that staff will do after this is all complete, is to provide all that documentation to DOR, and then they will certify the expansion later this year. So with that, I just wanted to make sure we kind of reviewed all those pieces and how much is involved in kind of getting this set up to move forward. I'm going to have Jim talk to you about some more specifics of these properties and why they're proposed to be included, and a little more about the requirements for the expansion of the district. So I'll...
Thank you, Mr. Tevlin. And Mr. Tevlin, you've been very patient, and we want to reward your patience, but the hour is late, so we will just ask you to keep it as short as you can.
Yes, yeah. A shout out to all of you. Congratulations for your thoughtful deliberations. There's a daisy chain here, and I just want to give a shout out to everybody. This has been thoughtful, and I got to stand over here. This has been thoughtful, and I greatly appreciate that from all of you. So I am going to go super quick, okay? I don't think that would make anybody unhappy. Okay, looking now at the district, one of the key things that we have to look at is there in fact blight within the district? And what we have to do is we can't necessarily take a checkerboard approach. It has to be a kind of a holistic type of approach. And when defining the boundaries of a TIF district, we have to use some level of logic, because obviously not every single parcel, if you were to look at the TIF district today, not every single parcel is blighted. But when you look at it in a logical boundary, what makes sense? Where do you draw the boundary? In this case here, the boundary, when we set it up in 2008, was largely limited as to what was in the city and what was not. And then, and since we've just added, 5 properties, we're looking at the boundaries again as to what would make a logical annexation. So very quickly, just going left to right here, this is the Atkins property here, and I'm just going to go through this very quickly. There's a concrete ditch there. It collects water and trash, and it's a safety hazard for children. Number 2, there's really no blight there, but it provides connectivity to these 2 properties right here. There's abandoned vehicles and a riprap on the riverfront here that would require stabilization. Also, there are incomplete water and sewer services all along this right here that would need to be installed. It's lacking that infrastructure. And then over here on the Compton property, we've had discussions before. It's a former gravel mine, and it's going to require additional compaction and steps to make it developable. So I'm going to go to the next one. This is continuing on with blight. This is the city-owned property. There's no blight there, but again, it's a logical expansion. This needs to be in the district. SBIRD funds can be used to facilitate construction there, as well as when we get down into the southern portion of the district, also an eligible use of funds is to extend the trail system, the Montana Marathon. So we can do that. So just going through this very quickly, in terms of what the guiding principles are in terms of where you define the boundary for an urban renewal district, is that the district collectively contains blight as defined by Montana code. I don't want to repeat what I just said, but when you look at it, big picture, yes, blight is there. And there's a significant impediment, be it actual lack of infrastructure, or what we would tend to see blight in what you visually see, dilapidated housing, so on and so forth. As I said before, what we try try to achieve is an opportunity for seamless investment in infrastructure. And as we said before, a checkerboard approach, taking this one, but not this one, not this one, doesn't really make sense, because you need to look at the district as a whole. I would like to suggest is that if we could, turn back the clock, when we originally created the boundaries in 2008, if these properties were within the city, there's a pretty darn good chance that it could have been included in the district, but they weren't. They weren't in the county until half an hour ago. And so now we're looking at, well, we need to expand this, as if it was there from the get-go. And the expanded district is going to generate tax increment. And I'll get into that in just a little bit. Right now, if you were to add up the properties, and this is the three properties that are on the south side, not the expansion area for the BOC. If you were to go to the county's website and add up exactly what they're paying now in taxes, I just gave all of I summarized all of these into one column here. I honestly don't know exactly what some of these charges are right here, but the total is right now around $22,500 per year in total taxes. And what we're hoping for and what we're shooting for is, in the textbook context of urban renewal and tax increment funding comes in, it increases the tax base, the dollars, the levy dollars go up, the district sunsets in 2040, goes back to the city. So let me just walk through very quickly a hypothetical example of investment. And I'll go through this very, very quickly. A developer is going to invest $1 million in one of the properties. And if there's a dollar for dollar increase, in other words, you put in $1 million and then taxable value goes up for $1 million, you'll generate around $13,000 in annual tax increment. How we get that is $1 million taxable value. I'm assuming that it's a commercial. And then roughly, this is the number of mills. And so you get roughly around $13,000 per year in increment. So for a $1 million investment, the council could award up to $248,000 in tax increment assistance and achieve a payback within the 2040 sunset date. And just on the side is that as far as Sabura is concerned now, what we've been talking internally is everything is geared towards a 2040 sunset, which is not that far away if you think about it. I'll be 80 years old, and so I want to live to be 80 so I can actually see these numbers actually happen. So, for 13,000 times 19 years, you get around $248,000 per year. But we have a 5-to-1 limit to private for public assistance. So in this case, is if there was $1 million investment, you get 16 2/3%. It would be $167,000 tax increment assistance. And the payback for that would roughly be 13 years. So, but I know everybody's kind of brain dead, so I'm going to just keep going here. So in terms of bringing all of this together in terms of a conclusion is that, I've been in this job for about 1.5 years, and I've come to the conclusion that what's happened in the South TIF district is exactly what's supposed to happen with tax increment districts, is that the dollars were set aside, were pulled aside. I think Councilmember Brown, I think maybe you had said earlier, is that those dollars go back into the pot. Perhaps it was the mayor, I can't remember, but those dollars go into the pot to basically revitalize the particular district. And I think that's exactly what's happened. So just to recap what's been going on, and really most of the heavy lifting started in 2013, we've invested around $19 million, and that doesn't include what we've got line of sight to in the future, because we're doing roads, the gravel roads in the future. We're also We've talked to most of you about the recreation center. We've got some other investments that we want to make, and this number will definitely go up. But you can see what we've done: Newman Lane, Midland Road, sewer. Roads and sewers are not real sexy, but it's kind of necessary to do. And so now we're getting into some of the things that are, fun to do. We're talking about Amen Park field turf. We might have a second phase for that. We're considering that. So all of those things, the TIF district is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Big picture. If you tend to look at this, through a microscope, you might lose the forest for the trees. But I think we're doing things right. So just to give you an idea, the base taxable year 2008 was a little more than $7 million. Now it's about $12 million, a 35% increase. So when the district sunsets in 2040, and I'll be 80 years old and hopefully I'll still be here, the taxable value will increase, and we're using a conservative 2% annual growth rate to about almost $18 million. And that would in turn mean that what happens is on that date is the deferral of the tax increment dollars when the TIF district sunsets goes back into the city, and that's roughly $7.5 million at that time. And so that's my motivation to keep swimming and working out, so I can see that actually happen in 2040. The properties that we've talked about have, have experienced very little development. In other words, nothing's happened. Well, there's a reason why, because there was impediments to development. What we'll do is if you vote to include these into the district, now we've got a mechanism. We've got a tool now to promote economic development and to return revenues back into the city at sunset. And as I was saying before, the big picture is that what we're looking at here is that this expansion is somewhat logical. It's the expansion of the city, expansion of the district go hand in hand, because it does make sense. I think the boundaries are set properly. And as we said, we do have line of sight to tax funding, for investment in this area, but I have to emphasize to everybody that the very first thing that I tell anybody who's seeking tax increment assistance is that I can't guarantee them a penny. It all comes at the discretion of you folks. Ultimately, you are the ones that have to be convinced that whether or not, that an investment, that a tax increment award is worthy of distribution from the existing funds that we have. So the idea is that, yeah, I have people ask me about it, but I say, look, it's not up to the Suburban board, it's up to you folks here. We vet them and we present those that we feel make the most sense. So,
Jim, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
I am
That's
done.
a good word. Okay, conclusion. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our public hearing. Council, if you've got questions for Tim, why don't you hold them until after the public hearing. Do we have anybody who would like to be heard on this? I believe staff at 1 that Tim Compton is in the audience. Anybody else who'd like to be heard, please come forward. Tell us your name and address, please. Please keep comments to 3 minutes.
Tim Compton, P.O. Box 80601, 59108. I think I met all you guys on Zoom in December when everyone was dressed a little different and a little more festive.
Yeah, a little earlier in the day.
Yes, and I'll be brief. So I bought this piece of property trying to move my business to this, and I bit off more than I could handle due to some things I were unaware of. And the costs of just got to be a little bit too great. So if you all remember, if you've been here long enough, that used to be a smelly old pig pit that you'd go by the interstate. And then it was a gravel pit. And now it's all been filled back in, and I want to build a building on it and move my business there. And it's going to be visually eye-pleasing to people that go through that corridor. And I've got roughly about a $4 million project that I'd like to complete there. I've got to run water to it. I've got to hook up sewer to it, and the buildings that we need to put on there, the soil compaction is terrible, that you need to put in some extra piers or some excavation that is above more normal costs. Probably something that most people wouldn't want to go in there, and that land would just sit there forever and ever and ever. Yes, I would be ultimately looking for applying and proposing and asking for some TIF funds, but that is what they're set aside for. That whole property in that area could be anywhere from $17 to $50 million worth of taxable property that the city is getting way less than that right now. And I just wanted to let you know that, there is a economical development opportunity in that area. There's bike path opportunities, and there's blight opportunities to get rid of and make that area into a really nice, eye-pleasing spot. And a developer like me would be interested in making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying so late. I'm Dick Zier, 3039 Golden Acres Drive, and I'm the current president of the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District. Just 3 or 4 points that I'd like to make without getting into much detail. This expansion would have been part of the original TIF district, I believe, if they had been in the city at that time. And we're aware of future development on these properties, which would be economic progress on the south side and remove blight. And any, like it's been mentioned before, any money that's spent has to have approval of the city council. And I'd like to have your vote to include these properties in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else before we close the public hearing on this item? Seeing nobody coming forward, we'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District and adopting a modified urban renewal plan as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, did you have a second or did something else? Should I look for
I had
another?
questions about the presentation.
Okay, well, we've got the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Okay, we'll let Councilmember Shaw and Boyette speak to the motion, but then we'll go to Councilmember Neese for questions. Councilmember Shaw or Boyette?
I relinquish my time to Councilman Neese.
Okay.
I do too.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Jim, can you bring up the, well, I guess you can kind of see it up there, but actually, can you bring up the map that you had about the different reasons that why these properties should be in the TIF district?
Oh, sorry.
There you go. So I guess I don't see anything pointing to number 2. Can you tell me why that needs to be, what's wrong with that property and why it should be in the TIF district?
In order to be able to, and I'll just use the pointer, it's a connectivity issue. Like, just for example, is we need to be able to connect the water and sewer, and the end, this isn't working, the end is right in here. So we need to include this property in here. Also, is if there's a trail that would go up north-south through this particular location, that, again, it's not blighted, it's not, but in order to be able to make the connection with infrastructure is that it would need to be included, is basically the best way I know how to describe that.
Okay, so you're adding that piece because you've got to connect the other pieces to add into the district?
Yes.
Okay, and so from your testimony, you said that as property, Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm asking another question.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. As the city expands, you're expanding the district. So can we expect that as other property comes from the county to the city, that you'll continue to expand this district?
I can't, excuse me, Councilmember Neese, I can't make that promise. What we had in this case was a very compelling argument with 4 landowners that came together as one. to answer your question directly, unless something unforeseen would happen, I don't anticipate anything in the near future. That's my opinion. Who knows what could happen? But we have as of right now, we have no line of sight to any other expansions at this time.
Aaron, if I may.
Okay.
So the current district, how many square miles in area is it now?
I'm sorry. I'd have to.
In your packet, there was a map that you presented to us.
Okay.
And it has the existing district. Just roughly, if you take that district and you could actually cover the entire east side of the Billings Heights. So what you're asking here is to increase the area of your district even further, so that, as far as like half of the Heights. So why wouldn't the Heights then want to go ahead and form a TIF district for the whole east side of the Heights, pulling all that tax revenue out of the city coffers and just spend within the Heights district?
Go for it.
Please do. That is at their pleasure.
Okay, I'm glad the city council will support something like that.
There was a lot of good vibe there.
Because there's a lot of gravel streets.
We appreciate the point, but given the hour, we'll try to stick to this one, but good, interesting possibility. Okay, so we do have a motion in front of us. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Zewalt and Yakovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I got several points. One of them is vacant land isn't blight. Vacant land is opportunity waiting to be developed. So you got an old car frame, big deal. That's not blight. I'm sorry. The Atkins property, I drove by it the last couple times in the last week. The only thing that's blighted is that part that's going to remain in the county. The rest of it's nice. A concrete irrigation ditch isn't blight. And Atkins property, the Compton property, if you knew that Shoemaker had the hog yard there and then it was a gravel pit, then you must also knew that when they filled that gravel pit in, you should have known what they were putting in it. So it's now it's all leveled off. There's really no blight there either. And the city property, there's no blight on that, but there is an old house and an old garage on there. That would probably be the most blighted of all the properties that we're looking at. I keep hearing all the time, and I think it's a misconception that, I think it was said tonight, these people get to spend their taxes in the area that they live in. That's not just the people that live there's taxes. Everybody in the city shares that tax amount, because what doesn't go to the city of Billings has to be made up by everybody else in the city. And the only place that money gets spent is in that area right there. I don't get any of the money back, but yet I have to pay a certain percentage in to make up for that amount that doesn't get put into the tax city general fund coffers. Then you can look at Shiloh Crossing. That's not in is that a TIF district out there? No. God, it's amazing what they did without having TIF money to help them build. And think about how much money that is putting into the general fund. TIF districts, I think, are good to start with, but when you stretch it out over a 40-year time period, that's way too long. And how much money do you need in a TIF district? You're taking in $3.7 million a year in the suburb, aren't you? And how much more do you need? It's time that we give some of that money back to the rest of the citizens of Billings so that they don't have to keep anteing up to keep that TIF district running. And so I won't be supporting this.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Any further discussion? Councilmember Brown or Ronnie?
And I don't know who can answer this, probably somebody on the council even. Does the expansion of the Suburra at this point, does that extend the end of the, so it doesn't sunset any later, it stays there? Okay, and then just a comment, again, you know, the TIF is there for a reason. I think the expansion, I can see both sides of that, to be perfectly honest with you. But if I also look at it as, you know, investment in our future, if we don't do this, this property truly may not develop. We've got some real opportunities here. And, you know, after 2040, we see some pretty significant increase in the taxes that do come and help pay for some of that that's been paid by all of Billings. So it's a benefit to the entire city in the long run. But it's definitely an investment in the future. It's not a now thing. But that's why it's there. So I absolutely, I'm going to support it. I can't say absolutely because I get it. I absolutely understand some of the arguments against it. But I also know that some of these developments would be a big deal for the city of Billings, not just the Sabura. So I will support it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yakovich, I think I recognize you and skipped you. I apologize. And
okay.
Councilmember Ronning.
Well, actually, I'm going to support it. And Jim, you've given me a new wind for Sabura. You have a very good leader, Mr. Zier. I don't know if you really officially introduced him, but he did himself. I've attended the meetings, but I wanted to just hit on a point that you alluded to, Jim, is that the wave of addressing blight. I know that TIF areas really do economic development, but also there is that essence of blight. And I liked how you visioned going across Orchard, Calhoun, Orchard into Hallowell, taking care of the roads, the gravel roads, the sewer system that you have along Jackson. And really the residents did echo a point that if we can really empower and address across Jackson into the row houses, that could be a real home run. And I can't expect Sabura to do it all, but I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you. You're a young man. But as much as you develop economically, I really want to encourage you to develop, address some of those real concerns there. I don't know how, but you're smart, and Mr. Zier's smarter. So I'm counting on that, and I'm hoping. So thank you, Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. But for developers that are willing to take a chance in blighted area and vacant land that has crappy soil underneath, but for those developers, that land would sit there continuously to be vacant. The tax value would not rise in that. It's the development on that land and the betterment of the land and developers willing to take a risk in an area that has been established as blighted, that has been established as property that is not rising in tax value. So thank you for willing to take the risk, to all of you developers that are wanting to do that. And I agree that this is about community in regard to these areas that have been established as blight or low tax value areas. It's about community. Are we as a community supporting these areas that are being developed? So it does come to the betterment of everyone. It is an investment into the future that we all invest in for everyone. It's not just me and me alone, get. It's what do we invest to help others rise everyone's boats. And so thank you to those developers willing to do that, and thank you to the Espera board.
Thank you. Councilmember Tricky.
I've said before, and I will continue to say that whenever I hear things about TIF districts that I really don't disagree with and historically just aren't true, I will step up and say it again. First of all, the definition of blight as it sits in the actual legislature, the code that's sitting there was developed by historians and economists based on decades of experience in cities all across the country and around the world. So I think they know what blight is. Second, it's about increasing the property tax. The property taxes that are currently being paid in those areas continue to go to the city. It's the increase that goes there. And the basic argument has always been that if we don't invest in the infrastructure of those areas, then what happens? The property values never go up. And that is why I have said over and over again, even before I ran for city council, East Heights needs a TIF district. And not only that, but this moment is actually the perfect one, because one of the reasons why the Suburban was so successful was because there was an interstate there and a whole bunch of undeveloped land. And with the Mary Street extension coming across the top of there, you have that exact same economic opportunity happening there. So yeah, the East Heights and that Mary Street area needs a TIF district. And if you're going to be true to the Heights, you need to step up and do that. And the last point I want to make is we're pretending like we did not make investments on Shiloh. We made millions of dollars of investments on Shiloh. Those people that developed out there would not have gone out there and developed stuff if we did not improve the roads, if we did not, put the infrastructure into place, if we did not, put that storm system in place in there. So yeah, that's the thing you got to remember. When you invest in an area, then development follows. And that, I know I'm lying. I'm going to make one last point. And that is the reason why I was not supporting the inner belt loop, because we did not have a full-blown plan to figure out how we could actually invest in that area at the time. When you put a road in a place, developers follow, and we do not have the plan in place in order to support what's going on up there once that road is built. So yes, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further comment? Let's move to a vote soon. Councilor Puritan.
Thank you. I understand that the urban renewal districts are a means for the cities to be able to generate some economic growth and development and income. Part of this agenda item, the one that I really don't support, is the idea of bringing the city of Billings, that one piece, into the Suburra. Because what will happen, that does not generate any income, but what it will happen is that the Suburra will be putting money into that. And I think that's one of the reasons probably why it's included. I agree with developers that that they do take a risk. They take a huge risk. Some are able to do it on their own and others aren't. But I appreciate the fact that that they are trying to get some of these areas along the interstate into the city and to improve that, because we get an awful lot of comments about how ugly our interstate is, which I don't disagree with, but it's an interstate and it's private property, and people can do, I guess, whatever they want to do. But I would support the developers in their action. I don't know if I can separate the COB out of it. I guess I could. I could make a motion to do that. And maybe that's what I'll do at this point. I would make a motion then that we separate the COB out of the Suburra expansion.
Okay, so we have a proposal,
You already have a motion.
We have a motion
So that would
for
be amended.
approval. So this would be a motion to amend that to approve all of the properties for inclusion in the Suburra, with the exception of the citizen or the city property on South Billings Boulevard. So that's the proposed amendment. Is there a second for the proposed amendment? I think the motion fails for lack of a second. Any further discussion before we move to a vote? Just a reminder, we have still the Monty Bar tax increment proposal. Don't see any further discussion, so we'll move to a vote. The motion again is for approval for consistent with staff recommendation. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Council members Neese and Ewalt, I believe, voted in the negative. That then concludes that item. Thank you very much. And bring us to our final item. Tony, would you please read new item 13, former item 12?
Tax increment finance assistance from Downtown Urban Renewal District to Monty Bar and Casino for renovation at 2824 First Avenue North, $113,997. Downtown Billings Partnership Board recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of DBP Board recommendation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll go over this in the big picture, and I'll happily go back and review any specific slides for details just for the interest of time. But yes, I'm here tonight for the tax increment financing project presentation for the Monty Bar and Monty Bar and Casino. First established in the 1930s, so a long-lasting establishment and business in the downtown corridor. Since the 80s, it has been owned has been family owned since the 80s. Currently is being managed by the second generation of the same family. The interior has continuously been updated throughout the years. The exterior is the main focus of their project that we are reviewing, as well as some other efficiency improvements and structural improvements. So the Monty's long-term goals is to enhance the longevity of the building, obviously, as long as diversifying the Monty's clientele while also maintaining the regular clients that they have and growing the business and improving the aesthetics of the building, making it more welcoming, inviting, enhanced, and celebratory of its historic look, the original look, and making it also more identifiable in the downtown area. So the project merits and compliance with the guiding documents quickly, these are the components that the project scored favorably. And mentioned in the parentheses are the citations in terms of the specific chapters and pages where we look at the Montana Code annotated, the Urban Renewal District and Plan, the city's TIF resolution, and the DBA's strategic plan. And then here's the project location in terms of the map itself and where it's located on the TIF boundary, as well as an aerial shot of the parcel that we're discussing tonight. Here are a couple of historic looks of the previous look of the building, one looking west to east, one looking east to west, and with the arrows pointing at the building. So that's the idea of taking it back to that look, as opposed to the current facade you see at the bottom is the current facade and the top is the proposed design. So the idea is to remove that large brown awning as well as the stone cladding on the building and the tinted windows, and going back to visible clear windows and smaller awnings, flat, not as deep awnings that are above the entrances. You'll also notice the addition of this entrance that was an original entrance to the building, which will complement the recently converted 29th Street from one-way to two-way. So this will be the main entrance to the building, and then one for ADA compliance, one for emergency exit, and then another for the adjacent business that leases from the owners. This up here is the breakdown of the expenses. It's not maybe up here, the top few rows that you see in a different color. These are the highlighted items that are considered eligible improvements. This is also the newly improved presentation based on your request to match this with the eBird and the SBird. So we've broken it down by the item itself, the actual expense, the recommended expense, and the percentage, as well as the MCA code that corresponds to that. And with that, the partnership board is recommending approval of the application that supports 13% of the identifiable or identified eligible project expenses, and that this reimbursement award would be the maximum amount that can be received pending, of course, satisfactory completion and submission of receipts. The developer must sign a development agreement. If funds are not available for any reason, funds would be carried forward to a next fiscal year. And with that, I'll open it up to questions and comments. And again, I can go back to specific slides, and I do have the applicants with me here if you have direct questions for them.
Great, thank you. Questions for Mehmet, or I see the Lefevers are asleep back there, but we can kick them and they'll wake up. Councilmember Bernice, you had something?
Thank you, Mayor. Mehmet, in your packet, you have the application scorecard. Is that done by the applicant themselves?
So yes, the copy that you have in the application, in the packet, that particular copy was submitted by the architect and by the applicant themselves to share with us transparently how they scored their project, but our development committee uses that same criteria to do their own scoring.
And do you have a copy of your scoring of what you guys did?
Not with me tonight, as it wasn't a required piece to attach that in the application, but I can happily
It would be nice
that.
to see, because I see they either did a 0 or a 5, but I would like to see what the staff does, because I've been in these where you score things and you don't always just do 5 or 0. You do 2s and 3s, and so it'd be nice to hear what you as a committee are thinking too. So.
And it would be a weighted score, because there are 7 members on that committee, so it would be all of their scores combined. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. This isn't a public hearing item, I believe. So I move to approve tax increment finance assistance from Downtown Urban Renewal District to Monty Bar and Casino for renovation at 2824 First Avenue North in the amount of $113,997 as recommended by DBP Board.
Second by Councilmember Ronning. You now have a motion in front of you. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Ronning, Councilmember Purington.
I'll defer to Penny if you have. Go ahead, Penny.
I'm just so thrilled to see this. I really am. With the things that are happening across the street that Kibler and Kirch are doing, and some of that whole street block right in there, I think is just going to look great. And that's really exciting as the improvements and redevelopment in downtown move further that direction. I just find it really exciting. I'm really grateful and thankful that you've put this in place. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Purington. And Councilmember Nice, you had your hand up, didn't you? So Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Nice?
I did.
Go ahead, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I've contacted a couple of neighbors downtown and, just kind of getting their feel for TIF dollars in renovations. And they weren't very happy about that because they've done their own renovations over the years. And, now 40 years later, then we're going to renovate and use TIF funds. And chances are on this one, I probably will not support this.
Okay. Councilmember Nice?
Thank you, Mayor. I drove downtown the other day to look at this property, and I don't believe this is blight. I think it's an outdated property. It's got the stone facade. It's got a nice awning. If it's raining, you could be out there, although it's not rained lately. But I mean, there's some nice benefits of that property, and so I don't agree that this is a blighted property, and so I won't support it. I do agree there's other blighted property in the neighborhood across the street. I forget the name of the bar that closed down. That looks terrible. There's buildings that have parts of the facade falling on the next block over. So there's lots of buildings around downtown that I think I could vote for because it is truly blighted. But those are the type of properties we need probably see to come before us. This one here, I won't support. I do not believe this is a blighted property. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy and Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and you go girls. 1s and 5s across the board. That's totally great. I love it. No, this is truly a building that needs a smile and some tender loving care. There's no way that a city, a downtown can be vibrant if we aren't thinking about how it looks to others, not only how it looks to each of us, but also how it looks to others, how people who come from out of town see our downtown. That's absolutely important, because we actually generate a tremendous amount of money here in the state of Montana from tourism. And so how we look is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just quickly wanted to comment on the blighted issue. I look at safety as an issue of blight, and to me, that building looks really unsafe. It's not a place I'm going to wander in with tinted windows. I would stay far away from that. So to me, that is another piece of the blight question that I think we don't talk about enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? I'll just comment that I'm not aware of any requirement that an individual determination of blight be made for a particular property. Obviously, that is a perfectly legitimate basis for prioritization of using the funds within the district, but there's no requirement that an individual property be determined to be blighted. But in this case, I find the property a little scary. I just look at it for myself. Would I want to go in? And the answer is no. It's dark. It looks like too much of an old style, dark bar, not my style. And I don't think an addition to the to the downtown, so I think it's going to be a great addition. Any other comments before we move to a vote? Councilmember Purington?
You know, I'm just going to make the comment that, I don't know, there's some place in Helena, I think it is, that is a famous, the Mermaid Bar or something like that.
Great Falls.
Is that what it is? Great Falls? Thank you. Okay, well, I've never been there, and it was like, we all got to go. I thought that was the sketchiest place to go into. And so, but that place was jam-packed, and it was people having fun and whatever. So I think sometimes whenever you say, well, let's look at the exterior of it, will I go in or not? No, what's going on inside, I think, dictates whether or not you go in. So, you know, to say, well, it's an ugly building and I'm not going to go in there, you know, sorry, Mayor, disagree with you on that one. But anyway, I think it's what happens on the inside.
I do agree we need more mermaids in downtown. I think that'd be great.
There's your catch.
Councilmember Brown?
I just honestly thought we have to stay here a little longer. So. I will say that building does not fit downtown. I mean, none of the buildings around it match it. Everything is going back to the old style. That's what you have tourists here to see, is the old country places. We're tearing down one, you know, a motel that kind of fits into that. And, you know, so I think it's a great idea. I'm glad to see that you're going back to old school and not doing some newfangled thing, but good for you. Good for you.
Oh, Councilor Yakovich.
We have to go longer? Is that what you said? Okay. I'm going to support this, but I'm going to ask for partnership. It's one of my challenges, or our challenges downtown, is inebriation. And the challenges that I walk the corridor almost every day, and I'm always asking for partnership among the bars and the people who are selling the product. How do we find answers? So I'm not going to go into a lot of that, but I'm only asking, first time I met you too, or actually I haven't met you, but see you, really asking for that kind. I think you brought up one of the points there on the bottom was community. And I just think that would be, well, it's down another one or two. But anyway, I want to support you, engagement with the greater downtown community, because that's really our big struggle, right? I brought the council here once a whole bag of cans that I picked up from around downtown. It's not yours, but I'm sure everybody contributed to it. And I pick up a lot of small alcohol bottles and broken bottles I pick up. They call me the garbage man now, but there's a lot of that around the downtown, and I just want to see what can we do to, what was that word again? Engagement with greater downtown community. So that's my hope.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyette.
Well, since there's some folks in the audience that have been here all night that represent the bar, why don't they come forward? Just give us a 1, 2, 3.
Please do. Just introduce yourself, Corey and Allison.
Yeah, my name is Corey Lefevre. I'm the current manager of the Monty. And I guess to address you, Councilman Yakowicz, that we feel this project will help with the issues that we're having in regards to that, and also have plans to make some policy changes about that. And that's going hand in hand with the renovation. So.
Hi, I'm Allison Lefevre. I'm Corey's sister. She does most of the heavy lifting in terms of managing the Monty and knows more about what's going on with the day-to-day and whatnot. But I also wanted to second what she said about and sort of reiterate what has been said about the bar kind of not looking as welcoming or a little bit scary, and also dealing with some of the issues we have with a less savory crowd that we may attract because of that, and really wanted to embrace, with the renovation and with a more aesthetically pleasing facade, attracting more of the greater downtown community. So whether that be people who are lawyers and have an office in, the Western Security Bank building, people who are staying at the Northern and they just had a steak dinner at 10 and come for an after dinner drink, or people that are downtown shopping or after the Strawberry Fest. We kind of want to reach out to everybody that comes to downtown and be more inclusive and diverse in our clientele, and we hope that this renovation will kind of help us do that.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Councilor, are we ready to vote? Okay, the motion is by Councilmember Shaw, seconded by Councilmember Ronning, for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Councilmember Neeson-Purington voted nay, I believe. Correct? Okay, thank you very much. That then brings us to public comment on non-agenda items.
Oh, let's do the Stillwater building again.
Well, yeah. Councilmember Tariq would like to make a motion to reconsider the Stillwater building. Is that true? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Public comment on non-agenda items. Mr. Smith, very patient.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jason Smith, Palisades Park, also a representative of Montana Advanced Caregivers. I'm here to address somebody you were introduced to last week, and that's Karen Tracy, the deputy attorney, who misinformed City Council about a few things. One thing was about police officers working for pot shops, and that would be a reason to limit the amount of dispensaries. She was saying that we handle so much cash and we hire officers to handle our cash. I would like her to cite her source. I believe this officer here probably does not work for me either. I-90 is written in the law where it is supposed to be cashless, so that is a moot point. It will have nothing to do with cash. She also makes suggestions that there are no other dispensaries in the city of Billings. I will subpoena the state and find out exactly how many they have inspected within the state. And this was brought up in open court. This is bought at 2910 Grand Avenue at the back half of Chronic Fashions. It is a shop that has been legally been there, according to the state, for various amount of years, and most city council members have been informed about it, but yet they're in denial about it. But here's a punch card, if you would like, if you wanted to receive anything there. The other thing, she was talking about 7 licenses being up for voted to the people on whether they would be allowed in the county. Those licenses and those things that we do because we are vertically integrated. It was required by the state law that we have to produce, manufacture, transport, sell. We have to do all that ourselves. So to be vested that much and then have that property taken away from us, I see as being unconstitutional. Just as she had stated, the more restrictive you make it, the more chances of there being litigation. I guess other than that, I would like to thank Denise Joy and Mike Boyette for calling the city council out on the way they want to enact and repeal something, but yet have their hand out from behind a corner to collect the funds from it. It doesn't make any sense to me. You are worrying about $13 million and this and $100,000, yet my 1 acre, I will pay $780,000 to the state and $177,000 to the county. I've been grandfathered in by the state, so no matter what the county does, I'm here. And I just wanted to clarify that. And I feel like my toes are getting stepped on by the city council, which I believe was recommended not to do. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Any other comments on non-agenda items? Since we won't do our motion for reconsideration after all, any council initiatives? Thank goodness. We are adjourned.
Thank you.